Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel video game news. Today is Friday, March 22nd, 2024. I don't know if I really need to say the year, but honestly, it might be helpful. In particular, I just got a comment from somebody on one of my videos from Hearthstone many years ago. Now, the comment itself, I won't rant too much about, but it is kind of disappointing, and frankly it's almost 100% my own fault that the comment set is straight up accusing me of not covering the content that I said in the title I was going to cover, when I totally did cover that content. In fairness, what I had done, and this, I learned my lesson and never did this again, and I never really would think that I would do it again, particularly now since there is a better way to make clips, although the way I did it in the past may still be the better way. I have no idea. But I live streamed playing a Hearthstone expansion that was a bunch of puzzles for Hearthstone, and got the footage out as fast as possible. Then I clipped it out and then put a way too long intro and outro that was the same, I believe, for every single video, pushing the lengths of the videos to be longer than they probably needed to be. I don't think there ever really was a specific reason to push the lengths over 10 minutes. But, I mean, this may have been at that point where you needed to be over 10 minutes to be monetized. That may actually have been a part of the thing. Part of the situation there. But, yeah. Having the exact same intro and outro on a bunch of clips does not make a lot of sense. And it certainly is just not the way video content is made these days. It would have been, by modern standards, way better to simply show a 1 or 2 minute clip that just solved the puzzle. I may very well have been thinking more fair use copyright elements, although in Hearthstone's case, I think they pretty much gave you permission to stream in Hearthstone and heavily encouraged it, which is in part why I think Hearthstone managed to become fairly popular in its heyday until it lost its audience by doing things outside the game that irritated people enough. Mostly the main occurrence in Hearthstone, and it's historically relevant to mention this, is that they forced Taiwan's global team to play under the banner of China, or Chinese Taipei, which caused a noticeable pushback and people wanting to talk about it when I really didn't even want to talk about that story. I wasn't covering news as much back then, or at all. Okay, so the second phase of this Duelist Cup has happened. I can continue to play on this Duelist Cup. It does make sense to go and see if we can get to this point to get 200 gems. Otherwise, it also makes sense to play ranked and get up to platinum. Now, I have received my Steam Deck OLED version. The OLED version looks very nice, but I don't have the LCD version to compare, so I have really no way of telling how much nicer. I would say it's nice and bright and colorful, and the blacks look black. It is what I've heard as far as the reviews, almost exactly to the same shade of black as the bezel is. I would say you are talking fractions of shades, or just a few shades depending on how many shades in the scaling system. It's very easy to not see it unless you put a flashlight right up against it or put your eyes right up against it. Speaking of putting your eyes right up against the LED, there are two what I assume are light sensors on the top left and top right of the screen. I've heard no one talk about them, but as far as I can tell, they are just light sensors and nothing else. I wouldn't be 100% surprised if they could be programmed to be some kind of infrared markers to put like a Wiimote pointed towards the screen, or a Wiimote like device, or even a VR headset of some sort. But they aren't seemingly cameras, which there is definitely a longer conversation to be had, and I've only played with the Steam Deck so far a little bit, but there definitely is a longer conversation to be had about how good it really could be as a replacement potentially for a cell phone, where you would buy a $500, $400 Steam Deck for a kid instead of a cell phone, and then install Skype on it in desktop mode, and then the kid can call you, and I don't know if you can really lock down people on Skype, people's accounts, to not add phone numbers, but the kid wouldn't be able to text and call as many people, I would imagine, on Skype. But then they could also just install Discord, and they could install any number of other apps that are on Arch Linux. Which is both the blessing and the cursing of the Steam Deck, is that it is in that desktop mode in particular a PC, and it can do pretty much everything a PC can do, if not at a somewhat limited rate. The resolution on the screen is actually a little small. It's not running 1080p, which is what I kind of was expecting, is that it would be running 1080p resolutions, but it would be squeezed down to a 7-inch screen. It's really running 1200 by 800 pixels. It is a 0.4 inch monitor. Compare that to my 10-inch tablet, and yeah, it feels a little bit smaller. On the other hand, my tablet is also very much unwieldy at its width and size, and that only makes sense because it's a tablet where you're expecting to hold on to it with two hands while seeing a very large screen. So I think I could definitely adjust my very old tablet, whose batteries are on the very cusp of dying and just going to never be rechargeable again, holding maybe 5 minutes of a charge or something. Although maybe these newer batteries, and by newer I mean a 10-year-old tablet at this point, maybe they don't fall to that level like the old batteries used to, the old rechargeables used to. At a certain point, once you've gotten that 10,000 lifetime cycles, you can charge it up maybe for 5 minutes, and then it's back down to zero. But yeah, I tried to install Comic Rack using Wine, which stands for Wine is not an emulator, which is, it's basically Windows emulator, is the best way to describe it. And it didn't work. Couldn't get it to launch. And this would be the Comic Rack Community Edition that is being maintained and made by fans after the creator seemingly disappeared and very possibly died, is the speculation most of the fan base has. There's some other comic book Linux, real Linux apps that have been built for Linux that I'll try. But reading a comic on the Steam Deck is going to be a somewhat compromised maneuver, because you particularly if you can't rotate the screen 90 degrees, where you get it in the right portrait framework, which the Steam Deck definitely doesn't have that. It doesn't have an easy Android feel to it where you tap somewhere and if you need to enter a number pad will show up, or if you need to enter an IP address, an IP address will input will show up. It just has a unique custom keyboard that in desktop mode you will bring up very often, and in desktop mode it doesn't have, well, in any mode the Steam keyboard app does not have symbols that you would really need if you're going to try and do some command line programming on the Steam Deck. You're definitely better off plugging it into a dock, plugging in a USB dongle to connect a wireless keyboard and mouse to it. In desktop mode, having it docked and going to a TV is probably the real way you should do it. It would be pretty crazy to open LibreOffice, for instance, and try and type up a Word document or do a slideshow or presentation just using the touchscreen. Now, the Steam Deck is the first device that has a handheld format where it seems like you could do that, and that's what I'm going to say about the desktop version of Steam in particular, is that it's Arch Linux KDE Plasma desktop has a lot of potential, but it has almost no polish at the moment. Just at the very beginning, there's a lot of icons in the start menu that are not leading to applications that would be helpful, and there is no real touch mode. There's no consideration that this is going to be a device with a touch mode. The size of a lot of things and what's taking up screen space, and basic things like the start menu not auto hiding or windows not going over the start menu. While in a regular computer that's annoying, certainly most people would agree there. In this case, you're losing so many pixels and you have so few to lose. It does make a lot of sense to have the start menu auto hide at the bottom. But yeah, organizing the start menu, organizing what the applications are, it definitely feels like desktop mode is just a build of Arch Linux with no real consideration. And Steam has not put any, Steam has not put any real effort into making desktop mode look or feel better. Even some basic things I'm having to do just to get it to feel intelligently designed. Like, there's a widget for a calculator that you can put on the desktop. It's installed by default. When you click the widget for the calculator on the desktop on the Steam Deck, it pops up an incredibly small calculator, which would be fine if you were pretty much certain you were always going to be moving around with a mouse instead of a touchscreen. But even at that, it's just way too small for the resolution of the screen. And there are ways, certainly, in the window management options of settings. There's a lot of settings, but not as many as I'd probably like. I imagine a lot of settings are actually hidden and would have to have some custom elements done to them. But yeah, there are ways to change the window size to make it just bigger, so that when you click the icon for a calculator, it brings up a calculator that you can actually tap the buttons on the touchscreen to um, to work. The command line terminal app that's installed by default, it needs either a custom window size to assume that the keyboard is always going to pop up, and that would be the Steam Deck keyboard, or it needs to have its own built-in keyboard, which I'm not sure. I looked, but I did not find any terminal emulators, is what they're called, that has a built-in touchscreen keyboard. And see, that may very much be an indictment on just where Linux is that they just really have never had devices that they were going to install a pure version of Linux on that has that touchscreen. And it shows where Android and iOS, they started decades later, but they started from a perspective of a touchscreen, and so they are way further ahead as far as integrating settings in a good way, integrating touchscreen inputs, having a common language, visual language as to how things are displayed and how things work. And yeah, Linux has really not caught up in any way towards what Android and iOS have done. On top of which, Linux creators are more nerds, so most of the programs do not look particularly good. They try here and there, but there are a lot of programs that are going to look very similar to a Windows 3.1 type program with perhaps just a little bit of Windows 95 Windows effects, visual effects on the edges. The default text editor that comes with the desktop version of the Steam Deck, and I'm talking about the desktop version more here because that's what I've spent the majority of my time in. Steam mode, gaming mode, on the other hand, I would say feels almost 100% perfect. There's still a difficulty that I can't find a way to get to the follow list, to my follow list. In fairness, I can't usually find a way to get to my follow list even on desktop. I also played with the well, let's not talk about that yet. Let's see. Well, I set up an Emu deck, and that is another part that needs to be considered here, is that if you're going to buy a Steam Deck, particularly the OLED, for like $600 after taxes, and not use emulation, I think you're really missing out at that point. It becomes a considerably less valuable product when you can't potentially squeeze hundreds, if not thousands, of very old games into a very small amount of space, relatively speaking, onto your internal hard drive, or even the micro SD card, which in the case of old games, depending on how old of a game you're talking about, is perfectly fine. An NES game taking less than a megabyte is going to load in the exact same amount of time, whether on an internal SSD versus a micro SD. There is some sadness certainly around the idea of what is the reasonable price to expand any more storage on the Steam Deck, and there really isn't. I have the 512 gigabyte internal space. I don't think I could ever justify spending the money to upgrade that. And then the hope, I guess, is to just hold it long enough and keep using it long enough that micro SD cards would eventually come down in price enough that you could get maybe a 1 or 2 terabyte micro SD card, which would still be slow storage, but you'd probably find storage for backups of games. And I have 14,000 games roughly in my Steam list and in my Steam library, and it's going to be a challenge to decide what games really should be installed, and it'll be a challenge to just see how much space I can really take up. I am in part testing and making a demo unit to show the kids, so installing a whole bunch of old Lego games on the Steam Deck makes a lot of sense. On the other hand, I'm also in part not doing what I just said and wanting to just play games myself, and then installing a bunch of Lego games that I've already played doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I've spent way too much time already and been distracted just organizing the desktop in desktop mode. Let's see, how do we want to handle this? I think what we want to do is something like this. And then I'm just gonna throw that in the graveyard. That's not gonna cost me 500. Then I was gonna throw that in the graveyard. I've skipped over the first major annoyance of the Steam Deck, and I should have started there. When I first got the Steam Deck, it asked me to type in my password. Well, it asks you your language first, and it asks you your time zone, then it asks you to connect to the internet. That's not too much of a setup. It's perfectly fine. I'm not sure if there was a opportunity that they threw out there for a screen reader, or any kind of accessibility, but yeah. When it got to the Wi-Fi, however, I typed in the password and it said the password was wrong. Okay, fair enough. I was just learning the slightly weird keyboard. There is definitely some points on that keyboard that make it weird in that it has this double mode touchscreen concept, where the touchpad on the left only does the left hand side of the keyboard, and the touchpad on the right only does the right hand side of the keyboard, and it kind of vibrates with haptics whenever you switch from one, when you ever hover over one thing versus the other, one key versus the other, and it takes a little bit of getting used to, and inherently I wouldn't be surprised if nobody ever really gets used to the keyboard. It just is something that people don't use that much. I wouldn't be surprised if that's really where it boils down to. But yeah, I thought I just typed in the password, so I typed it again, then I typed it again, then I typed it again, and 20 minutes later I finally looked up if anybody else is having this problem, and apparently people are. I don't know if this is affecting every single of the OLED models, or if I just happen to get a very early version of the OLED model. But yeah, you have to, if you're having trouble connecting to Wi-Fi, you have to restart the Steam Deck and potentially restart it again and restart it again. There's just some weird Linux Wi-Fi driver compatibility issue there, I imagine. But it's just telling you the password is wrong when the password is not wrong. I dangerously got into my Wi-Fi settings when I was about to start changing my Wi-Fi settings all around to accommodate the Steam Deck, which is not what I want to do. So yeah, the very first 20 minutes of my Steam Deck experience was no satisfaction and frustration. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a few people out there who would have just given up and said this thing is broken and send it back. I guess inherently the Steam Deck is benefiting from the fact that to send it back would be to need to basically pay shipping, and probably, if you want to do it right, insure that shipping by a decent amount, because you are talking a $600 device. The case I find kind of weird and annoying. I thought the Steam Deck case had a internal case a soft case that you could pull out, and then there's a hard case. As far as I can figure, I might be wrong about this, but it seems to me like there's a soft lining in the case, but it is seemingly stitched into a harder. I don't know what it would actually be made out of. Feels like it might be probably not something like polycarbonate. It's probably just plastic with fabric over it, honestly. A hard plastic would be my guess. But yeah. With the design of the Steam Deck, the center part of it, which is the significant part of it, is super thin. And the back part doesn't really feel like it's thin because there's needed for cooling outside of where the vents are. There are some parts that are fairly hot, and those are where the vents are, and I imagine the vents are actually actively blowing out air, but the right side past the vents of the Steam Deck are fairly cold feeling, even though you don't really touch those sides, and it's just empty. It's empty space. Anytime you put a Steam Deck on the table, it is going to sit on the two grips on the edges, and the rest of it is just upward there, which does very much create the possibility that there would be a situation where you might put a Steam Deck on the ground or on a table and then drop something on the center of it, and then it just would potentially snap the screen. You're not going to have anything rigid backing it. The whole Steam Deck really feels and looks like a Game Gear. It is very much in that feel. And there's something definitely to be said about the buttons that I thought I would have a real hassle using the touchpads. So far I haven't really played any games that really require the touchpads. I haven't really played any games on it at all. So I'm finding my fingers feel like they can learn to be where the two analog sticks are and the D-pads are. And I think I could potentially break myself of just always wanting to play with an Xbox controller. Of course, I could probably just connect an Xbox controller if that proves to not be the truth. The touchpads are in the lower part where my fingers would hurt way more. The vibration, I think, on a lot of button input is something to probably be adjusted or turned down or turned off, because my fingers definitely do hurt today after a day and a half of messing with it. There are no major problems with any of the buttons I've run into so far, except for the fact that the L3 and L4 buttons are buttons that I think I would really struggle to use if I actually had to use them, but I don't think there are going to be too many games I ever play that would require an L3 or L4 button, and I just don't think gamers are ever going to get to a point where it is the default that an L4 and L3 button is going to be required. One thing that does irritate me though is I would like to be able to swap the buttons out and on the L1 and L2 and the R1 and R2. I would like to way more often when playing video games be pulling the triggers on the L1 and L2 instead of doing, pulling the triggers on the L2 and R2 instead of doing the left bump and left and right bump on the L1 and R1, if that makes any sense. And I think you can probably, at least per game, do that. I just haven't messed with it yet. I played a little bit of Star Fox 64, emulating that, and the analog stick was upside down, so I was pressing up and it was going down. It was just like inverted controls. There's a lot of things that Emu Deck does just for you, and it's a good start, but you're probably going to want to tinker a little bit. One of the things it offers is to have fancy bezels on the edge based on which console you're emulating. I would not recommend enabling that. It sounds nice, but in reality it visually looks pretty dumb, and you, particularly with an OLED version, will just want black bezels on the side. Also, it offers like the native 720p resolution of some of the Nintendo 64 games and such, and you probably want to stretch it out more. Take up more of the screen. So one of the things I was baselessly speculating about on the Steam Deck was whether or not you could play some kind of music, whether there's a music player that would play with the screen off. And I can say I experimented with that and say that the answer is kind of both yes and no. Yes, there is a music player built into Steam, which probably means that it would not be worth it and probably not allowed to make your own music player app and try to have it listed on Steam for sale. But then no, you can't let the screen go completely black because it suspends the whole system at that point. There is perhaps from a desktop mode a way that you could have music players continue to play music while the system is in a screensaver mode or even in a light suspended mode, but that highlights just a problem in that there are 3 different screensavers potentially here. One from the Steam Deck and Steam, one from desktop mode, just from a Windows screensaver equivalent, and then one from Emulation Station Desktop Edition. So, yeah. Each of those could be enabled, each of those could be disabled. And I can't blame the Steam Deck for not accommodating Emulation Station's screensaver, but yeah, as far as music goes, I don't think it really works. Linux now does have an interesting thing where you can connect a cell phone as the transmitter via Bluetooth to the Steam Deck, and the Steam Deck does have a headphone jack. So I have confirmed and tested here that you can have a cell phone playing podcasts, music, whatever, Bluetooth that over to the Steam Deck and then have headphones plugged into that and listen to that. I don't think you'd be able to, or there would be any real reason to do it in a different way where, well, there would be a reason to potentially try and connect Bluetooth headphones to the Steam Deck so that the audio goes out to the headphones, both from the game and from the audio source of a phone. I imagine if you're playing a video game and you're connected via Bluetooth, you're not going to hear all the audio or any of the audio of the game in that situation. That needs some more experimentation. But yeah, as far as just would you want a music player that you could use as a giant iPod and have the screen off, I don't think you can. You could probably almost certainly turn the brightness down very low and try and drag the brightness as much as possible. The music player that is integrated with Steam, I think, is fairly lackluster, but the desktop solution to the lackluster media player is to install either Kodi, if you want to have the information in the music videos and musics and videos and music videos all on the Steam Deck. I would suggest Kodi. If you have a Plex server set up, then, and you know how to use Plex, then I would suggest installing the Plex app. If you don't want a full collection type media player, you can install VideoLAN client. The world is your oyster, effectively, as far as the different things you can install in desktop mode. It's basically anything that you can get as a flat pack, and if you're willing to enter a root password and modify things a little bit more, it's basically anything you can build and install for Arch Linux. Some of the applications that I've installed, and I'll probably go through the entire list in a different stream after I experiment with it, though, is that just for example applications, just going through the software repository, software distribution center is what they call it. I installed the Godot engine, probably promptly uninstalled that one because that's going to take a lot of space. A lot of these are going to take a lot of space. I need to install something like what is the visual space usage indicator program called? Here, let's see if I can figure that out since I have it installed. Well, the newer version on Windows is called WizTree. But that's not what the original version of the application was called. WizTree is a better version that's faster. I think it was called Winder for Windows. But yeah, there's a Linux version of that. And what it does is it looks at all the space that's being taken up on your hard drive and just visually depicts all of the space into little blocks of different color. Speaking of colors, it's kind of interesting that the terminal doesn't have color layout installed to make it more colorful when you're typing in text by default. The color scheme on the desktop mode itself is not particularly consistent anyways. individual apps. Sometimes they're in light mode, sometimes they're in dark mode, sometimes they don't have a dark mode, and they are just in what would be considered the light mode in modern times. But yeah, I was listing Android Studio, Godot, Engine, Thonny, which is a Python programmer, Scratch, which is the earliest programming language you should possibly teach kids. And even at that, I question whether you should teach Scratch to kids at all, because it's just way too Lego-like and visual-based for programming. The Arduino IDE to program Arduino microcontrollers. Could have installed Rust. I opted not to do that one. But yeah, just out of the box, you can have like 5 or 6 programming languages, programming integrated development environments, not just programming languages. The languages are always there. But yeah, and I wouldn't question, it would make some sense to have just links to installing apps already existing from day one. That way you can kind of promote certain software, some bigger software that are very popular software. There are rating systems on the distribution center. I installed LibreOffice, which is your Word, your PowerPoint, your Excel, your database, and there's a math one that I don't think Microsoft Office has an equivalent to that, to just do bigger math problems. There's not that many Linux games that are good. For instance, 2 Sudoku games were available, but neither one of them had a number input pad like the Cracking the Cryptic game you can get on Steam does. So, because it's not built around the idea of touchpads and it is built around having access to a keyboard, it's just not really playable. There's a Hangman game, there's a Tic-Tac-Toe game, there's a Minesweeper game. Arguably, again, maybe the most popular versions of those should just be links to automatically install on the start menu. But for the most part, what I've been doing is taking things off that were there by default. There's, for the KDE desktop environment, a app to send files back and forth. I wouldn't recommend locking into that software when you can just use local share or local send. I forget what it's called. I think it's called local send, which is a open source software that you can use amongst basically anything: Linux, Windows, Android, probably iOS too, but maybe not. Local send makes it very easy to send files, although maybe over Bluetooth I could have just sent files directly that way, although over Bluetooth is probably a pretty terrible way to send a file. You do have to be connected to the same Wi-Fi to send over local send, which Bluetooth wouldn't require that. But yeah, there is the concept of having a wallet full of passcodes, and KDE does a very poor job by labeling it as a wallet, because it makes it feel like you're making encrypted keys for something like cryptocurrency, instead of what it really is doing, which is just being a password keeper that is holding encrypted keys for changing settings. And it pops up in some weird places, like when I'm clicking the disable the Bluetooth button, it asking for a password at that point seems silly. I installed Kodi to play media. I installed Calibre for ebook management and reading. I installed, I think it's YAMCR or YACR as far as yet another comic reader to play with that later. Moved a lot of things around, changed how the start menu looked quite a bit. There's a significant number of items in the notification tray at the start that all need to just be minimized down. The only thing that should be in the notification tray is your battery level if it's below 100% and you're not plugged in, which it will be below 100% if you're not plugged in pretty quickly. I don't think battery life so far I can speak to on the Steam Deck, but it is a big computer and I'm not expecting it to last more than its 3 to 12 hours guarantee or promise. But yeah, Wi-Fi, things like that. Steam doesn't want you to have a VPN, which is literally the Steam Deck going out of its way to make the world less secure. What they don't want you to do, and what most people think of when they think of VPNs, is that you might use a VPN to browse a cheaper store price for video games and buy it, say, in like Argentina, just to pick a random country, and then get it for cheaper. Which, that really is just a statement of how their store is insecure. But on the other hand, the real use for a VPN would be, I can imagine a lot of scenarios where either you're at work or at school, you're giving a kid a Steam Deck, which is definitely a consideration, particularly if you're going to give them a Steam Deck instead of a cell phone, and tell yourself that they're going to use it for school and do projects with it and not just play games all the time, which in reality we all know they're going to mostly play games on it. But not having cell phones and not having cameras is helpful. It does have a microphone though, and you could plug in a USB camera and it would work. But yeah, there is an argument. It's way more difficult to pull out a Steam Deck and sneak a text in the middle of class than it is to pull out a phone and hold it down below the desk and sneak a one-handed text in class. Kids probably shouldn't have any $500 plus device, several $100 plus device on them, even in high school. There's just too many other kids that would rob you blind or break your device. But it definitely seems like parents increasingly do let their kids have cell phones. There seems like to me there would be an argument to not give even 18-year-olds cell phones until they had a job, and then take the phones when they go to school and take them with you. Just to keep people from stealing it, if nothing else. So, in a lot of ways, I could see throwing out the idea of kids having a Steam Deck or over a phone. Although I could see some parents going, well, I don't want to pay a monthly fee for a phone, so Skype it could be. At a certain level, you almost, if you're paying for internet, could avoid paying for cell phone service, but you're losing that constant connectivity and the tracking. There is definitely an argument to putting something like an Apple AirTag on a Steam Deck or some kind of tracking. Google Find My Device setup just because of that. Now the Steam Deck, to my knowledge, does not have any GPS and it does not have any cell phone connection. And arguably, maybe you might want to be able to add those features. Yeah. That might be one of the few things you could add as a feature, is an ultra wideband chip for finding the device. That could potentially also be used in some kind of augmented reality element, or GPS. GPS wouldn't really be that useful. I've been dancing around the major. One of my thoughts certainly was going to be whether I could use my Steam Deck as a backup to stream OBS. I could, but the resolution would be squished, like however I do it, and I probably wouldn't be playing anything particularly intensive, so I can't imagine that I'd go through all of the news and just bother to copy over all my macros and open hundreds of tabs on the Steam Deck and be able to do the multi-monitor setup I have on a Steam Deck. If I was doing footage from the Steam Deck, it's going to mean my computer is broken or something else has gone horribly wrong. And honestly, if something else has horribly gone wrong, which is definitely a high possibility of something going horribly wrong, the real answer is just to stop streaming and making footage altogether and just go quiet until I can fix my computer or fix the other thing that's gone wrong, whatever that may be. Which, that's sad, because I kind of was hoping that maybe I could play some games and make footage on the Steam Deck. And I still could. That's not out the window. It would just be weird footage, weird resolution, not as good, not as sharp. It may not matter too much. What I definitely can do, undeniably, is play something like Hand of Fate 2 when I'm doing the grinding, and let my computer work on something else in the meantime. But I don't know how many times I really would need to do that. If we got to a point where you could actually I'm gonna do something crazy here. If we got to a point where you could stream emulators and old NES games, I imagine you could do that, but both from a content creation strategy, a lot of people don't want to see or don't want to be bold about saying that they're playing a game from an emulator. They want to play it from some original hardware more often than not. The angry video game nerd in particular wouldn't feel the same if you turned around and saw that he was playing on a brand new computer and just emulating all the games he was playing, which very possibly he is, but they're keeping up the pretense that he isn't. So yeah, the idea of playing old games is pretty much out the window. Do I have anything else to say about the Steam Deck? Because that's been pretty much this entire warm-up, and it has been pretty much everything I've been doing for the past 2 days. As far as playing Hand of Fate 2 and continuing to make footage on that, I've dropped the ball there. I knew I was going to be very busy, and I was pretty busy doing non-YouTube stuff this week, and that is only going to continue to be a issue for a while, for probably about a month at minimum, where I'm going to be very busy, and that's in part why I got the Steam Deck, is to try and maintain some productivity. But right now it's looking like I'm really just going to be working on a side project that's not going to really affect the amount of content I make in any real way. It definitely feels like there's room on the Steam Deck for a special build or a script to install things and just get things installed a little bit better. Yes, that is what Decky as a plugin loader does, but it itself proved difficult to install. I had to try several times before I actually got it to install, and even now it's not actually working. And then Emu Deck is also certainly about speeding up and making it easier to install, but even that installation process is kind of difficult. Let's see, is there anything else I want to mention? Then we talked about the Wi-Fi being broken and having to restart the device and the setup a couple times just to be able to type in a Wi-Fi password and get it to work. On the Wi-Fi aspect, I can stream games from my computer, so I suppose there is a possibility there that I could record on my main computer while playing a game on my Steam Deck. I don't see any benefit from doing that though. And I would have to experiment to see if streaming at all would change anything. Yeah. The thought there might be that I could play some games that aren't actually compatible with the Proton compatibility layer by streaming them, and then use and still have my computer running its macros in the background and not really caring about the fact that I'm streaming. The other thing to talk about, I guess, is that the Wi-Fi 6 doesn't seem to be blazingly fast at the moment, but I haven't really done any speed tests. There is no real benchmark test. Definitely feels like it might make some sense for 3D Mark to make a benchmark test particularly compatible with the Steam Deck. That'd be interesting to run, although the assumption is that almost every Steam Deck would return the same numbers. Yeah. And so I'm still going to talk about Steam here. Apologies if you don't care about Steam today, because that's been an hour of discussion and while we've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh here. I also experimented, and this is going to be a completely different story, so we might as well jump into one more game at least. with the new Steam Families beta, which requires the Steam Deck client to be in beta, requires your desktop client to be in beta, and I can say it did not work for me. Like, there's two reasons for that. The first one is there's Family View as a option under Steam Families, in which you can, per account, lock out whether people can go to the storefronts, whether people can see a limited list of games or all the games. That being said, it is not easy. It's not something as easy as making a collection in your library and saying this collection is the collection I want to maintain as far as Family View goes to let kids see this. It's its own separate list that you have to go through the whole process from the beginning again. And so it doesn't make a lot of sense at the moment. It is very much beta, this beta. As far as Family View locks every single device that uses your account into Family View every time you launch it. And then you have to type in a PIN, which I found several times it really didn't want to work. So, yeah. I can't really recommend Family View at the moment. On the second hand, I can't also recommend the Steam Families beta at the moment either. There's a lot of people complaining about the Steam Families being geo-blocked, in that somebody can't have one house, say, in Argentina and one house in Brazil, and have both of those houses be in the same family plan, sharing games. Now, from my experience, I think it's even worse than that. The discussion board is saying that it is just geo-blocked based on IP on the store country level, which is not that bad, really. It's fairly reasonable, except for in Europe, which will definitely say it's not reasonable to say you can only share your games library between people that are inside of Germany. You can't share it with somebody who spends half their time in France, even though it is definitely believable that you could have a kid, be divorced, and then the kid spends several months in the summer break in France with the mother, and then goes back to Germany. Like, fairly believable that that scenario could happen. And at a certain level, maybe just you're already limiting it to 6 users. You could limit it to about 12 to maybe 20 IP addresses, and then you're not going to get blatant abuse in that case. The worst case scenario is you're going to have families that are 6 groups of friends willing to all share their games. Almost certainly these aren't rules that Valve themselves want to implement. I would suspect it. I imagine these are rules that the game publishers want to implement, and that they're only willing to do as much as they've agreed to on family sharing type plans on other storefronts like PlayStation or Xbox, which I think have family sharing plans, but maybe they really don't. But yeah, in my experience, I had someone who is literally in the same city as me, and it could not identify what city they were in. And we tried a couple of times and it failed miserably. And this was an adult to adult account, so shouldn't really have been considered any extra fishy, which makes me suspect that maybe, just maybe, they literally mean one household, which is not really the way it was working, whether it was intended to work this way or not with the old family share plan. So if you're on the old family share plan and it's working for you, I would say stick with it, at least at the moment. It's probably going to go away. But if this is very much a Netflix style swap, where all of a sudden people who are using the old family share plan to share between a kid who happened to live in 2 different IP addresses, 2 different houses, but they were in the same state or the same country at least, that's going to be irritating to a percentage of people, whatever small percentage of people were using the old family sharing anyways. But yeah, absolutely did not work for me, and I don't know, there's a couple of reasons for that. Either it is designed to not work that way, which I think sucks, or my secure encrypted DNS was preventing them from identifying where my IP address was. But that doesn't make a lot of sense, because it was telling the other person that they couldn't identify where their address was, and the other person, I'm fairly certain, does not have the technical knowledge or support from anyone other than me to set up that kind of level of security, and I did not set up that level of security for them. Or it could just have been that the beta was being buggy, which that is definitely also a possibility, and that it was not intended to block the other person, but it just did. So, taking it on the assumption that Steam Families is literally supposed to be the sharing of games between Steam Families is literally supposed to be between families that are in the exact same house, is what they're saying when household. But here's the thing, if you're talking taxes and you said you were head of the household, the requirement there to claim to be a head of a household is fairly low, and to claim a dependent as being in your house, they have to live there, I think, for the majority of the time, but they don't have to live there 365 days out of the year. So I definitely wasn't taking it to mean that. But yeah, it definitely will be a different offering if it is one house per family share. That means you're going to have to be a particularly rich family that has at least 2 gaming PCs or a Steam Deck and a gaming PC. And that also, I think, really over balances it to the 6 number of accounts, because 6 accounts are effectively saying that you could have 6 people who would swap between two gaming PCs. That's about as much as I think you really could do. And I guess that will give people different profiles, and that's free stuff that Valve can do, certainly. Although on that, they still need to really address making accounts. All websites need to address making accounts without emails at this point. It's just really dumb to have accounts based on emails. There needs to be some kind of new system for password resets that isn't integrating a form of contact that you may not want kids to have and kids may not want to have. You do have to log into Steam when you're doing the initial setup, but they do the whole scan this QR code with the Steam app on your phone to log in easy. Otherwise, you'd have to just type in a password and go through the authentication process with two-factor enabled. But yeah, I am gonna stay on the Steam beta and Steam Families, but I'm probably never gonna play with Family View again, and probably won't play with Steam Families for a while. If it is supposed to be one house, I suppose what you could do, and I'm not inherently saying do this because this might get you in trouble and might get your account banned, which is potentially dangerous. You could go to somebody's house. The right way to do this would be to VPN and cheat their systems and VPN into someone else's house. But you could otherwise just go into somebody's house, log into your account on someone else's computer, set up the Steam Families in that location, and then turn every other device into a permanent offline mode when it's outside of that IP address. The Steam Deck itself is going to have some weirdness around that. Yeah, I don't know how this system's really going to work on the Steam Deck, because it feels like in that case the Steam Deck would very easily travel from house to house and change IP addresses very often. So every time you're out and about, your Steam Family sharing goes away. That would be crazy. So it feels very much like that would have to be not the intended way it's supposed to work. Maybe they are going to program in some slack and they just haven't done that yet, where you just have to be inside that house once in a while. But even in that system, you're still picking only one house. So if you have the case where you have, let's say, 3 nieces and nephews from 3 brothers and sisters, you're gonna have to pick one of those brothers and sisters' families to give the family share to, and the other 2 are going to be left out. Maybe that is not the intended way. That's the way personally I think I'd like to see it work, though. It would be very beneficial to work that way. Certainly I could set up VPNs and do all that stuff, but that would slow down the gaming traffic, and that is the one argument against VPNing. And in this case, it would very much be VPNing from one house to the IP address of another house. But yeah, if it really does mean one household, then that is a shame. And I couldn't get any further with it, so I don't have anything more to report as far as what this small amount of investigative journalism that I did, like the actual setup of all of that, and how it would have worked was what I wanted to slowly experiment with. Okay, let's go through the news now. We've been talking about OBS, Open Broadcast Software. They have just announced 16 minutes ago that YouTube has renewed their sponsorship with OBS Project, enabling them to put more great tools in the hands of content creators. Read more here. OBS, being an open source project, has several sponsors and big name sponsors that are that they are getting money from and possibly a little bit of technical support from. And on the other hand, YouTube is significantly benefiting from OBS. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be a great software to make footage and stream with. Streamlabs is based off of OBS, and outside of that, you very likely would have to stream everything either from a phone or from a browser. They partnered with YouTube to add support streaming for the HEVC and the AV1 encoding video over eRTMP. I don't know what the E stands for. I guess that's an update to RTMP. Just the first update in the protocol in over a decade. With the release of OBS 29.1, I'm at like version 30.2, I think. Creators can use modern codecs to stream higher quality video to YouTube to use less bandwidth. I was saying I probably wouldn't move or redo any of this until I do some kind of hardware update, which may never happen at this rate. Apparently eRTMP, which is the same thing my closed caption cameras stream their video on, is enabling creators to stream in high dynamic range content to YouTube using HEVC, which sounds cool, certainly. One of the problems with OBS on the Steam Deck is OBS is kind of a messy interface. It's very customizable, but there's a lot going on there. It kind of needs to be fairly messy. So on a smaller resolution screen, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Particularly since you have only one monitor. It makes a lot more sense. And it kind of sucks that the Steam Deck doesn't have a threaded screw to mount it onto a camera pole or a light pole or something like that, or a microphone stand, because the Steam Deck would almost certainly run well as a teleprompter. And so I'll have to experiment with that to see if there's a teleprompter app that runs on Linux. Of course, you still have to write when you're going to teleprompt there. But yeah, being able to mount it would be nice. Being able to actually just grip it and hold it from the back in the middle would be nice. But yeah, there's no way to do that. There's so much room there. You could put an entire wallet attachment to the back and just put a significantly larger than average amount of credit cards and ID cards on the back of your Steam Deck. They've also collaborated to embed a streamlined version of the live control panel as a dock within OBS. I'm using that. I'm hoping that improves more so you could do more things with it. It lets creators monitor stream health, manage ads. Did it? I don't actually think I am using that part. I'm just using the chat one. Yep. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Now, I would also say that that OBS is writing a glowingly positive article here for YouTube. But yeah, here's ignore the square in the middle. I don't know what that's all about, but here's kind of a great example of what the default dark theme and layout of OBS is. And on the Steam Deck, that's going to have a lot of buttons at the bottom, which is fine, but buttons probably should be more at the top on the Steam Deck because your thumbs are going to naturally be near the controllers in the top there to tap on the screen. And the keyboard always pops up at the bottom, so it might make a lot more sense to have all of this upside down for the Steam Deck in particular, and have applications in general always upside down. But yeah, there's just a lot of buttons, a lot of text, a lot of things going on here just by default. Meanwhile, if you were going to just like record a podcast or something, just an audio only podcast, would you really use OBS and a Steam Deck in that way? Probably not. And that's another software to think about, is there something that's maybe a little bit simpler than Audacity that would put virtual faders to turn the audio up and down for multiple audio sources? Is there a way to really connect multiple audio sources to a Steam Deck? Or how would that really work? Yeah. A bunch of Bluetooth microphones wouldn't be particularly high quality, but you have only one USB-C plug on the Steam Deck. I thought there was a plug on the bottom, but there isn't. There's nothing on the bottom except for the micro SD slot on the Steam Deck. So if you were going to do a podcast, audio podcast, you're going to have some kind of hub that's going to plug in a bunch of USB microphones, and then you're going to have some kind of software where it makes sense to have some faders and maybe some soft touchpads to do sound effects, a big old record button and things like that. But it totally is the type of device that should be more than powerful enough to do that. How many effects and audio effects would be built in an open source software would be questionable. It probably would be a small amount. But yeah, increasingly, just like cell phones, a Steam Deck should be a more powerful computer that is just going to have more and more features and apps that you could run, and then eventually the hype curve will go away, and much like cell phones can do basically anything you want at this point, or a significant amount of things that you want, but most people don't want it to do much more than just browse Facebook. And so then it just becomes a matter of, can it browse Facebook well? And most cell phones can. Take some photos, make some calls, browse the internet, things like that, watch YouTube. The act of actually watching YouTube on the Linux desktop mode is somewhat questionable. And it's questionable if there's perhaps a good way to have YouTube in the gaming mode, because you can add shortcuts to the gaming mode, which circumvents going to the desktop mode, which takes a while. It takes a couple of seconds to switch between the gaming mode and the desktop mode. It's a little slower than I would like. You would think it would be all running at the same time, but it actually does feel like it's suspending one process completely and loading in a completely different process. You know what? I need to type this down just to remind myself I'm gonna forget this. Let's see. Steam Deck podcasting app. Just gonna type that down and start a DuckDuckGo search. I'm probably not particularly interested in the big news, so let's go through this fairly quickly. Apparently, Panic says that 2 pallets of Playdates worth $400,000 have vanished in Vegas. The company is looking into the matter after a FedEx delivery went awry. It is probably not that uncommon to have a pallet of small electronic devices be worth massive amounts of money. So, if you were inclined to commit felonies and commit what might be literally highway robbery, clearly the shipping containers of electronics, if you know a truck has electronics in it, would be the things to target. Now, I have no idea how you would target that, and because there's almost certainly some high levels of security going on there, or at least sometimes there's high levels of security in where you lock your truck up. But yeah, I imagine that there are opportunities there. It is a massive scale, I guess, higher than just being a porch pirate and stealing packages after they've been delivered, getting an entire pallet of something. On the other hand, before you decide to become a criminal, let me warn that you're probably going to get caught. It's just a matter of time in any criminal activity that you're going to get caught. And that's the price of doing business, and that price is often way higher than you expect. But also, you need a fence. Now, let's say that this is a bunch of playdates who have been stolen. I already felt like it was kind of hard to find an audience of playdates. It's going to be even harder to find a fence that wants to sell 2 pallets of playdates. Now, you put them on eBay, you'll get caught immediately. You're going to have to potentially sell them at pawn shops going up and down the highways in the United States, or have a fence do this. Just here's one playdate I'm willing to sell for cheap prices. Yeah. The better move, I imagine, would be to move it out of the country where less questions would be asked. And even that, it's still going to be a tough operation to actually sell this. So while they say it may be worth $400,000, which I question if playdates really are worth what they're charging, you're not going to get $400,000 trying to sell them. But yeah, in video games, we don't typically have a big heist stories. You don't hear big heist stories. Anyways, this may also be just a literal glitch in the inventory system and the 4 pallets didn't ever actually exist. This may also be a conspiracy that is happening amongst any people involved to run up the numbers, and or make an insurance claim or something like that. May also just be that something is missing, is lost, but will be found. The Resident Evil creator, Shinji Mikami, has established a new company. Mikami left Tango Gameworks in 2023. Now, I think it's always important to kind of point out that the talk around who is the creator of a video game is always overblown and exaggerated, because it's always a matter of who is part of the team, not just the director or the person credited as being the creator, but also just what mindset all of the people in the team were at that time. And Shinji Mikami, I think, proves that more than most, in that he created the very first Resident Evil game, the one that only led to like Resident Evil 2 and 3 and 4, whereas the people involved in Resident Evil 4 probably deserve a lot more acclaim. That's the game that sold the most. That's the game that set a new direction, for better or worse, in the Resident Evil series. If Shinji Mikami had more control over the Resident Evil series, it would have been very much like the Alone in the Dark series, more than anything. On top of that, when he came to Tango Gameworks and made The Evil Within, that was a decent game, but definitely a game that was messy, in that it really just wanted to show a bunch of environments and a bunch of ideas, and didn't want to really tell that good or that complete of a narrative story. And then The Evil Within 2, he handed the reins over practically to another person, and that game played even worse and was worse received. So Shinji Mikami establishing a new company, I guess it will be a curiosity to see what his new game might be, but I definitely am not going to expect much from him, particularly if he heavily tries to promote that he was the Resident Evil 1 creator. The new company is called Kamui Inc., which if I translated that word, let's see what that does. English. Nope, the translation won't work because that Firefox translation does not handle Japanese. Let's see. And that translation won't work either. Well, maybe that will. Let's try this. Yeah, seems like that's not a Japanese word. Maybe it's a name or something. It's not being translated in any way. So yeah, I will be interested to see if he does something. He really would have to come out with something completely different, probably outside of the horror genre completely, to catch my attention. More boldness, more ambitiousness. If he just came out with yet another horror game, I don't think that's a great situation. He's definitely in that same situation that the creator of the Callisto Protocol was in, where if he makes a new game trying to sell it because he was the creator of Resident Evil 1, well, Capcom can just make a new remake, remaster of Resident Evil 1 or any other Resident Evil game and eat his lunch. On top of which, Tango Gameworks, as a middleman, can make another Evil Within game and eat his lunch too. So he's got multiple people who could copy whatever he might announce if it's in the horror genre. Yeah. I don't know if this is supposed to be Shinji Mikami or not. If it is, he's looking fairly different from that previous picture. Yeah. See, and here's a case where the problem with creator as a concept is used in headlines. Mikami created numerous blockbuster hit titles. 1996 saw the release of Resident Evil, on which he acted as the director. Is the director really the creator? Should the director be labeled as the creator of a video game? I would argue not. Who is really the creative input on a video game? It's almost certainly the programmers, the animators, the voice actors, the writers of the story and dialogue. Those are the creatives. The director does a management role, if I can pronounce that right, of keeping all of the creative associate level employees on task and on schedule. But the argument there is that a manager is the true creative input, and his input is not only equal to but more so than every actual creative person who's creating something from nothing. And this is an argument that most associate level employed people would certainly balk at if your boss all of a sudden tried to make the argument that he's more creative or that he's making more input than you are. And certainly in the game industry, this highlights the problems with how the game industry companies are run. it is very much industry standard for directors to take way too much credit. And then they don't really take much blame either. The Evil Within was a fine game, but it wasn't great. This is also kind of ignoring Ghostwire Tokyo and Hi-Fi Rush, which Hi-Fi Rush is a very different game. But, you know, being an executive producer on a movie may mean absolutely nothing. Yeah, so small bits of news. I think Gamatsu must be a fairly big fan of Lollipop Chainsaw, because they definitely are still retweeting Yoshimi Yasuda, which weirdly, it feels like he should just put out a weekly post or an update instead of just responding and putting out small announcements. There should be just a weekly press release. But let's see, some screenshots being shown off. I think this screenshot in particular may be new. Here you can see Juliet doing her cheerleading spin attack, one of her combo hit attacks here. Which, yeah, there's some explosion of lightning also happening here. And then here you can see her slashing with her chainsaw. With these screenshots, you risk it being too blindingly bright. Even here, you've got perhaps too much lighting play. I wonder if it wouldn't make a lot of sense to put kind of a darkening filter over everything, just to try and balance out what the interface looks like some more. It is going to be somewhat of a delicate balance to have these natural brightly lit environments match the overly colorful, ridiculously skimpy cheerleader outfit she's on. She has. Let's see what was he really saying though. In addition to the original modes, players can play in a new mode called Repop mode. In Repop mode, players can play a unique art style of the game with pop art damage effects that glamorize the entire screen. Ah, okay. So Repop mode adds all this visual noise and bright colorfulness. I probably would not play in that mode. But yeah. There is definitely a lot of hype amongst the fans, at least. We've got a cosplayer. Although cosplayers, in fairness, may really have no love in their hearts for a game, and they may simply be cosplaying the provocative looking character. GameDeveloper.com has an article here that says the Epic Games Store on iOS and Android will be consistent, quote unquote, with the PC marketplace. Fundamentally, we believe that every platform should be an open platform and should allow open competition. Of course, they say that out loud. They are certainly the underdog, but you know, the second, if it ever came to be that the Epic Games Store was the majority, the strongest player in the field of iOS and Android, that they would start to lock down things and try and ensure that they can pull the ladder up behind themselves and lock in all the user base and all the profits. I'm still very much wondering how many games would show up on the Epic Games Store. It's probably going to be just every single game that's also on like the Amazon App Store, things where people would put their games on anything, and then a few exclusives outside of Fortnite. but probably not that many exclusives, and I wouldn't be surprised if it does not give away free games. If they gave away a free game every week, that would actually be quite a offering, certainly, because then there are a decent number of games that are too expensive, way too expensive on iOS and Android, which is not video game related particularly, but the United States has also threatened or is going to sue Apple for acting like a monopoly in several ways, I imagine. Acting like a monopoly because they are effectively a duopoly with Android and iOS, but arguably Apple has been caught doing something illegal, where Android and Google has been a little bit more sneaky about doing their illegal activities. I'm not going to say they aren't both doing illegal activities. Almost certainly they are doing something. Moving on. Here's that story. Well, isn't that convenient? The US sues Apple over smartphone, quote, monopoly, citing cloud gaming as a key example. Cloud game streaming is one of 5 main arguments put forward by the Justice Department. We will see if the Department of Justice is better at filing lawsuits than the Federal Trade Commission is, because it was the Federal Trade Commission in particular that botched the lawsuits against the Activision Blizzard merger. And in this case, I'm not thinking that too many people are going to really side with Apple. Apple has been, particularly gamers, aren't going to side with them, because Apple has been pretty pathetic to do anything to make gamers happy or have good games on their phones. And at a certain level, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of kids have iPhones, but they would be fairly confident to move away from iPhones if they felt the need to. I don't think that they are in love with iPhones, and kids in particular would be the most open to learning the slight differences between using an iPhone and using an Android phone. Although I think there probably is still some room for Android phones to improve how they perform and react and polish their interface, whereas iOS has less features, but it is all heavily polished and easy to figure out. Moving on. The Kotaku editor-in-chief has resigned after criticizing management. Jen Glennon says she believes the publication's new strategy is, quote, fundamentally misguided. Should we put resigns in quotation marks too? So, let's not get on a soapbox here, but inherently, I think most gamers who know anything about Kotaku have thought that Kotaku has been fundamentally misguided for years now. Years almost certainly covering a large portion, if not all, of the time that Jen Glennon was the editor-in-chief. I wouldn't be surprised if they're pushing AI-generated content and that kind of nonsense. But yeah, Kotaku has always been run by fairly extremely SJW people. That is why their headlines are not included in my news sources. It's just unbearable. And so anybody who's not 100% in line with what Kotaku was saying probably, like me, has long since decided to stop following Kotaku as a news source. And when it feels like nobody really trusts a news source, it definitely then feels like that news source is not relevant and should not be cited as a news source. See, well, apparently she hasn't been around that long, so it has been the entirety. She started her role as editor-in-chief on October 10th, so She's kind of just a middle person. I've resigned from Kotaku and Jin Spanfellow is an herb. I don't know what that means. I assume this is some kind of insult. More information on Glennon's departure was reported by Aftermath, which itself consists mostly of former Kotaku staff, so a significant number of people at Kotaku have been laid off. I probably missed this story because I didn't really care, and they formed a whole new website that is not seemingly like they're relevant. Let's see what our actual complaints are. We could certainly say that this is just because gamers have lost confidence in mainstream video game journalism a long time ago due to things like Gamergate and other reasons. Long way before Gamergate reasons. It was just a slowly erosion of trust and of quality from mainstream video game journalists. Adam Sessler is probably a great example of somebody that we kind of liked when he was on X-Play decades ago, and someone now who people really don't like. X-Play is kind of a great example of that too. It's just slow erosion of quality. The statement here is, I firmly believe that the decision to invert Kotaku's editorial strategy to deprioritize news in favor of guides is fundamentally misguided given the current infrastructure of the site. The decision is directly contradicted by months of traffic data and shows an astonishing disregard for the livelihoods and the remaining writers and editors who work here. Aftermath also reports that Kotaku's remaining staff is now expected to write 50 guides a week for the site, and that its front page section previously dedicated to breaking major news stories is now dedicated to tips and guides. So 50 guides a week, let's talk about that. Is that realistic? Almost certainly not. I could see spending an entire week playing one game and figuring out a guide, and since it's not really my wheelhouse, if I was to try and do it, I probably would spend months trying to write a guide. Even in the old days when guides were written, they were often either written by people who had programmed the games, or they were written incredibly poorly. Definitely, if I tried to write one, I think it would be written incredibly poorly. But yeah. It is going to be a lot harder, certainly, to make Kotaku be controversial and have SJW type headlines if it is changing its direction completely and stopping from being a news reporting site and only being a guide website. In the long run, being a guide website might work for you. GameFAQs is kind of an example of that, a website that's been around forever and will stay around forever when people are looking up guides for old games. Yep. I almost wonder here if this isn't the case where the new people in charge of Kotaku really are trying to make the editors stop being so controversial in their headlines and just have them write more flat, factual based guides. And certainly I could see why an editor, whether they're an SJW or not, would not enjoy what is such a drastic changing of what their job is, from being somebody who was writing editorial stories about news to somebody who's writing more factual game guides. It's not like new games need guides though, so the concept certainly would have worked a lot better decades ago. If you had been telling people to write game guides for old NES games, that would have worked great. Kotaku in itself is a weird website because they really need to change their name, because first of all, Kotaku doesn't mean anything. It's just K and then the word otaku, and you'd think that that might mean that you're all about K-dramas and you're an otaku, an obsessive fan around K-dramas or Korean content in general, Korean pop bands, things like that. But yeah, also Kotaku was never, as far as I recall, particularly positive about Japanese games, so using a Japanese word, it seems wrong. Certainly these days it seems wrong. The phrase otaku is not used, I think, very often these days anyways, because almost everybody has some kind of anime they like, and in the West, otaku almost exclusively always meant anime obsessive fan. I called myself an otaku decades ago, but I wouldn't certainly have called myself that if I was an anime fan today, even at the levels I was an anime fan decades ago. But yeah, full on rebranding, full on new name makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of this is also just them trying to get rid of employees and just have the website and have the search engine optimization to do something completely different. But there really isn't much more to say with this. We've seen things like this happen before. People getting laid off, new companies coming in to buy mainstream video game journalist sites. Giant Bomb is kind of an example from a year ago or so, and nothing really comes up about it. Giant Bomb still exists. It has nowhere as good of quality content, and I'm not listening to their podcast anymore. I stopped nearly a year ago. And Jeff Gersman's YouTube channel has not improved and is as good a quality as it was a year ago. And as far as I haven't looked at Nextlander with 3 other people from Kotaku, but they too don't seem like they've changed or done anything. Inherently, what we're seeing is a general pattern of mainstream video game journalists who got lucky or were part of the boys club at some point, even though it might include some girls, as far as mainstream video game journalism went, and they were able to keep jobs for a very long time, and they were able to do the same thing for a very long time. And now that any amount of change starts to happen, you see that these older generation video game journalists just cannot evolve. They cannot learn to do something new. They can't change their behaviors. They can't form new opinions. And yeah, so that's not going to give them a new audience, obviously. Whereas if you looked at it kind of like the bars in Bar Rescue, where they say you need to refresh your bar every 3 years and completely rebrand yourself every 7 years. Yeah, Giant Bomb didn't really refresh itself every 3 years or rebrand itself every 7 years. And you probably do need to do that to bring in a new audience. So rethink how you do your thing. And as a YouTube content creator, that's something I probably should think about too, is how could I refresh my YouTube channel? It's been a long enough time to completely refresh it. You probably wouldn't change the brand name, but you could definitely change the logo and things like that. Moving on. Larian has said it's moving on from Baldur's Gate to make a new thing. The studio has no plans for a Baldur's Gate 3 DLC, expansions, or a sequel. Okay. Imagine Baldur's Gate 3 fans are going to be a little peeved about that, but I think Baldur's Gate 3 is a good enough game that it doesn't really need DLCs, expansions, or sequels. People probably would like a sequel. I imagine there will be a Baldur's Gate 4 at some point, but this is the thing I've always wanted to see with small AA, single A, and independent companies, is that they have a burst of success and they get lucky, and then they take that luck to go and make something different and grow their company and grow the types of games that are out there. Instead, what we very often see, though, is that a company will get lucky with Halo 1, and then Bungie will be required to make Halo 2 and Halo 3, and then eventually Bungie will stop making Halos because they want to make Destiny, and then they make Destiny saying it's going to be a 10-year game, I think is what they claimed, and then that didn't work out, so then they make Destiny 2. So if you were a fan of Bungie and wanted to see anything other than first-person shooter games, you never got to see that opportunity, and you probably never will. Dragon's Dogma came out, and its release is mixed, to say the least. I've heard it's pretty negative. We'll check right now. Microtransactions being a major criticism. There's definitely a meme going around that he says that the creator of Dragon's Dogma said he doesn't like fast travel, and then it shows that there's a fast travel DLC. There's an update here that Capcom responded. Let's see. But yeah. This, I think, maybe it might be important to point out here that almost certainly these DLC concepts were at least first pitched by Capcom, so the blame starts with the publisher and Capcom. It continues down the chain to the people in charge of the development. Certainly the managers, the producers, would have been the people to say yes or no, I'm willing to put DLC into the content, into the game. But yeah. Just when you think we were getting to a point where most games were limiting themselves to reasonable amounts of DLC, here we have what could have been a major successful game being dragged down due to poor performance issues and DLC. Capcom is still staying very consistent with what it's been doing for the past few years, which is to try to over monetize games that it publishes, and it seems like they probably have given up some of the over monetization around the Resident Evil series, and they're now trying to do it with the Dragon's Dogma series. I'd have to remind myself what even Dragon's Dogma as a series is all about. Let's see. Now, here's where you have a double-edged sword, certainly, from GameDeveloper.com, in that Dragon's Dogma 2 also opened with 200,000 concurrent PC players. So there was enthusiasm around it, and there was some hope. Let's see if this takes us to the Steam page. Yep, it does. There definitely was some enthusiasm and hope around it. But yeah, right now we can see that is 43% positive with 18,000 user reviews or thereabout. It's down to 183,000 at the moment. One thing I'd really like to do, see if we can find Dragon's Dogma 1. How much is all of this DLC added together, by the way? $41.79. But possibly things that could be paid over and over again. Also has De Nouveau in it, which I'm sure people aren't happy about that either. It's not seemingly being labeled as having microtransactions, though. I guess that's not really technically a phrase that's being used. In contrast, here we have Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen from 2016 being 86% positive of 1,812 reviews. In retrospect, I don't know if this game is relevant enough now for me to bother to even keep it on the wish list. I assume Dragon's Dogma. This one had $20 of soundtrack available. And Dragon's Dogma has been as low as $4.79. But yeah, they very possibly have convinced me not to play the original game. Now, with such a poor reception, 10 times as many reviewers have reviewed the new game in a very short amount of time compared to the old game. And had that been 10 times as many reviewers in the same amount of positivity as the original game had, that would have been a massive success. Although that's not really how it would have worked. You wouldn't have gotten so many reviews if the game had been good. That's just how it works. The more, if anything, Steam should let you sort by the number of reviews, and if you did that, you really would have a better understanding of the worst games on Steam by far. Let's see, apparently Overwatch 2's future PvE content has reportedly been permanently cancelled. We've heard rumors about that. Apparently the GTA 6 release date, quote, could slip to 2026, it's being claimed. This is from Kotaku. So, well, maybe we'll finally get to a point where Video Games Chronicle stops using Kotaku as a news source. That would probably help a little bit. Censored Gaming says that the International Age Rating Coalition has changed its rating after release for the Tomb Raider Remastered, moving it from mature to teen. There was definitely some questions as to why it was rated mature. We know that there was a censored jacket on one of the bad guys that had a pinup girl topless originally, but in the censored re-release she was in a bikini. And then we know that there was some Nazi looking characters in the games, but I don't think we ever got a real explanation as to why it was rated mature. That didn't make a lot of sense, and pretty much this applies to that. Now, I don't know who the IARC are rating games for, though, because they say they're international, but they aren't the ESRB, which is North America, and generally North America, and they aren't CERO, which is Japan, And they aren't the government-run Australian classification board. So, I have no idea who IARC rates games for. The other story here is apparently Capcom has said that the Japanese version of Dragon's Dogma 2 has some restrictions on NPC behavior to comply with the rating system. It's not currently clear what exactly has been modified. That seems to make it seem like NPCs either won't kill other NPCs or romance other NPCs, or NPCs won't kill or romance you as the player. Apparently the Hulk has been censored in Marvel Snap. I imagine on the left here this was a Planet Hulk image, if I was to guess, from the comic, and on the right here this is the Marvel Snap version of it, with all of the redness being turned into greenness. Not really making a lot of sense unless you're making the argument that Hulk's fingers are melting here, or he sweats strings and strands of green pus. This is one of those censorship things where it might be hilariously more offensive because the green goo, who knows what bodily fluid that is supposed to represent, whereas at least the red is pretty obvious that it's supposed to represent blood. So, yep, Censored Gaming still putting out content, and I can only applaud him a little bit that he's managed not to run into any other controversy or that lately, or any horrible thing happening to him that he's talked about, but give it a couple weeks, he'll probably come back with something. Yeah, and this translating this is not going to be helpful. Yeah. The restrictions on some actions towards NPCs. We did not provide details on restricted activity. So yeah, take a coin. It's either you can't romance the NPCs in Dragon's Dogma 2 in the Japanese version, or you can't kill them. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not that you can't kill them, but it's you can't cut them and create a gory viscera. You can't gut them, you can't cut them in half. Things like that, because that tends to be what Sarah in particular is concerned about, is gore, bloodiness and gore. Video Games Chronicle has the Princess Peach Showtime, saying it's a spirited, if safe, starring role for the Nintendo's iconic heroine, giving it a 4 out of 5. I am still looking for more YouTubers to actually review the game. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a game that a lot of reviewers just don't bother to review, particularly since it's Nintendo's, particularly since Nintendo has been on the warpath, shutting down as many emulators as it can possibly find. Yeah, definitely Nintendo is losing its fandom quickly, at least in YouTubers and content creators, which they never really had a very big fandom amongst that group, but I am not sure if any of that anger and frustration is being copied to actual gamers. As far as I would suspect, there's probably a high number of little kids that still love to play Mario games, and by all means, let's just let them continue to love to play Mario games and then not worry about it. It's the whole Michael Jackson thing, particularly now. The argument is even more different, but if you were a kid of the 80s and you loved Michael Jackson and you had no chance of ever meeting or interacting with Michael Jackson, it is just kinder to let the kid have a childhood and love Michael Jackson and not tell him that there's a lot of allegations and creepiness around him. And particularly now that Michael Jackson is dead, we are definitely back to the point where there's very little reason to cancel a person post-mortem and and have kids not listen to Michael Jackson. Like, there's perhaps an argument to not show them dance moves and teach them the crotch grab nonsense. But the songs themselves are downright kid friendly. Let's see, moving on. GameDeveloper.com says there's a report that Tencent is pivoting from licensed games to its own works. Tencent partially built its name on licensed game for series like League of Legends and PUBG, but it's looking now to focus on properties it actually owns. I would potentially like to see a list here of what games does Tencent really own. I think they own Shift Up well enough that you could say the Shift Up games are what Tencent owns, but they would have had to have owned some other companies for that to really matter. They own like Daedalic to some level that you could say the Deponia point and click adventure games, something they own, and they also own the Golem Terrible game. But yeah, I don't think Tencent has invested enough in any company to have a controlling interest in any big AA or AAA company. So they'd have to make new IPs, I would think, not sequels to things they've already done. GameDeveloper.com has this article. The KitFox co-founder says that 4-day weeks are, quote, unmatchable when retaining employees. For retention, 4-day work weeks are unmatchable. When asked, half of KitFox said they would need at least double pay to consider maybe going back to 5 days. I think particularly in the case of programming video games, it makes a lot of sense to have 4-day weeks. In most cases, it makes a lot of sense to have 4-day weeks. Hundreds of years ago, 200, 300 years ago, it would have been ridiculous to not have people working 6 days a week. And if religion didn't step in, it would have been very much the standard to force people to work non-stop every day until you work them to death. But yeah, keeping the Sabbath was the one thing that helped the worker class as a concept, and keeping the Sabbath in particular is a concept that really has been broken in, I would say, the last 40, 50 years, whereas it would have been considered grounds to run somebody out of town if there was a boss out there making somebody work on a Sunday. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense to push and force companies to go to 4-day work weeks than it does to make the drastic shift to universal basic income. I would like to see universal basic income happen faster and that drastic shift happen, but almost certainly when government's involved, it will be a slow process if it ever occurs. And you could certainly see a hybrid making a lot of sense too, where all of a sudden every citizen in the United States or around the world, if the whole world would do it, which that could happen, all the countries could get together and agree that they're just going to give all their citizens a universal basic income, and that shouldn't affect the economy as much as it might otherwise. It'll definitely affect the economy. But yeah, if we instituted a hybrid, you get 1 day's worth of pay at minimum wage, and then the average work week is 4 days. That would be great. Increasingly, it also makes sense to have 4-day weeks in almost every job, because people are just not really going to shops that often, or going to offices to have meetings. A lot of that stuff can be done over a phone, over an email, so there really is not a need to be that open. The one exception of an industry that needs to be open more often than it is probably banks, and that really is just that banks need to be open at different times so people can actually go in them. On the rare occasion they need to actually go in a bank, not that banks need to be open more often. But yeah, I personally would love to see a 4-day work week, but also I could see some people who can't work 8 hours a day, and for those people, and everybody's going to be different, it might be very helpful to work 5 days at 6 hours a day. But it's not really an argument that's being made that everybody should work, or everybody would be forced to work 4-day weeks. It's an argument that the average worker would work 4 days. And this is something that is being pushed as a concept by Bernie Sanders, which I imagine Bernie Sanders, the one thing he is good at accomplishing is getting headlines and getting people to talk about new concepts. He's not particularly that successful in actually accomplishing anything in the Democratic Party, where he barely is a Democrat and really should be head of a socialist party, but that wouldn't really work, or a populist party perhaps, whatever they would call it. It would probably be a liberal party, would be what they would call it. But yeah, the concept should be thought of and discussed, and people should work towards that goal. Let's see. There is, I guess, confirmation that's been made here from Video Games Chronicle that the Princess Peach Showtime is actually Goemon's designer's first directional role in over 25 years. Goodfeel has finally been confirmed as the developer for the Switch game. So, a very old company being secretly in charge of a Nintendo game. I remember playing this Nintendo 64 game for like a weekend when I rented it. I think it's fairly popular, but I never got anywhere with it. And probably highlights where Japanese employees and directors can just be hidden away, particularly by Nintendo, but just by Japanese companies for 25 years. I wouldn't be surprised if Goemon actually didn't meet some metric, or he somehow otherwise pissed off his boss and they've just kept him hidden. Etsunobu Ibisu. And so they're making it like it's a big reveal, but it really is a tragedy that somebody would be outside of a directorial role for 25 years, unless he just didn't want to be a director and has been sneakily working on things. I wonder what this wonder if this means that the company as Goodfeel has been working on a bunch of Nintendo games and just not getting credits, or been acting as the third support company, third support staff, and not being in charge of any actual creative input or anything that they'd get credit from. This is another argument that somebody needs to make a website that's like a IMDb for people who worked on games, so that the right people get credited and we can follow people's career path. Yeah, Goemon. Let's see. Seem to have 3 or 4 or 5 games. Back in the day. Let's see. Apparently, Capcom was Metacritic's highest rated publisher in 2023. The Resident Evil maker beat Raw Fury and Chorus, or was it Corvus, worldwide. There's a game I've completely forgotten about, Corvus. I don't think I ever saw anybody say anything around that. Although it's weird. I guess Chorus Worldwide is a company, not the game Corvus. That's a different game. I don't know who these people are. Dingen Entertainment, I think I know. Annapurna Interactive, I know. But Nintendo is way down in the 6th spot for last year. And that might be alright, but then the fact that Access Systems is in between Bethesda Softworks seems really weird, and then Sega. Feels like these are just random companies. I need to see a list of what games they actually released in that year to even begin to have a comparison. And so this is an example of a Video Games Chronicle article that's just going to be pretty useless to me. And then GameDeveloper.com has an article here that says Torn Atom decries industry layoffs mandated by, quote, horrible, greedy people. Which, yeah, I agree. I think most people would agree. There's horrible, greedy people in charge of all companies. Inherently, I don't know how you fix that other than trying to nationalize companies or have some kind of popular democratic vote to put people in charge of companies, or have companies at least be limited in the amount of money they can make so they can only be so horrible and so greedy, which is probably the most easiest way to accomplish any improvement there, is to have just 100% tax over $1 billion in any company, and then all of a sudden there's no reason to ever make more than $1 billion in a year, so you have to pay the money back into pensions, into retirements, into healthcare, and into salary to all the other employees, particularly if you also limit the amount that any individual person can make. Say you can only make $1 million, or let's say $100 million a year, and then it's 100% taxed over that amount, then that would help redistribute the wealth, which is literally what I'm explaining. And really what needs to happen is, when it is massive amounts of extra money every year, I heard one example of this was if a caveman, like I think it was 8,000 years ago, made $18,000 an hour, or maybe it was a day, it doesn't really matter. If he made $18,000 a day, and he just made a pile of that every single day, that caveman still, to this day in 2024, would not have as much money as Elon Musk or the Amazon.com owner would have at this point, which that's just an insane amount of money that they have when you think of it from that perspective. There's just no amount of saving, no amount of business acumen you can have that would match the luckiness that people like the Amazon.com founder and owner have had. I talked about this in the last stream, and we're going late here, so I just want to talk about this somewhat. I feel like I may have talked about the Family Gaming Database before, but I saw them on Twitter, and so I wanted to kind of point out what they have. They have a database with 2,759 video games. There are 14,000 games roughly that are playable on the Steam Deck. I have roughly 14,000 games, not all of which are playable on the Steam Deck in my library. So this database is relatively small and not that helpful. if you're just trying to look up every game. Although it might be helpful, certainly, if this is just a list of games that they say yes to, which is what it seems like it is doing, and that does come off as fairly positive. When we look here at the games they try to highlight, they're not really making it particularly big. And they are mixing board games with digital games, which seems like that's an odd mixture to it. And they definitely are promoting their book in some places. Deathloop seems like an odd game to be included, or Redfall, or Helldivers 2. Hi-Fi Rush is probably family. So these tags probably indicate how many people have reviewed the games. Or no, these are age ratings, aren't these? These are 8 to 11, 9 plus, 10 to 18, 6 to 11, 4 to 14 for high water, 9 plus for Helldivers. Let's click on that and see. Accessibility reports. Skill rating is 14 plus players. Yeah. Definitely feels like they are not just trying to be a focus on the family type website that's just going to be about the objectionable parts in the game. I'm not even seeing a section here really talking about the adult content, unless it's somewhere around here. So maybe this took me just to an accessibility report, not a age report. Interesting that you wouldn't have it all on one page, or that you would talk about one game. I'm no one to complain about thumbnails, but there is kind of a problem here of some samey looking thumbnails overall. It's visually distracting. There's just a lot going on around here. And well, it seems like they are implying that they're really affiliated with people. Xbox and IGEA. Well, nope. I don't even know what IGEA is, so Xbox and PlayStation are the only brands I really recognize here. They have a list specifically for great Nintendo games that I think might be broken down into games that they would say are great for certain ages. Games are not that many and seem to be kind of wildly all over the place. A lot of these games feel like they are being reviewed not because they are great for family-friendly entertainment as much as they're being reviewed because they're just really popular and big names. I'm definitely not seeing any reviews for any major indie games. Terraria is perhaps the most indie game there. And then here you have like a review for the Wind Waker game, which without emulation there's no way you can play Wind Waker or Wind Waker HD at this point, as far as I know. Yeah. But yeah, that's the entire page as far as great Nintendo games. And then we scroll quickly through the Xbox games. A lot of the games are the same games for Nintendo. So as a database, I don't find it to be great. And yeah, there's a game finder here. This is the kind of site that almost certainly should be merged with another site, or supported and funded severely more by the likes of, say, Xbox or Nintendo. Here we have, I believe, the PlayStation games. Hello Neighbor showing up on all of them. Nope. Game subscriptions and online play in particular this is a feature talking about game subscriptions and online play. So is this the PlayStation games? Yep. Yeah. So that's pretty much the family game database. Nothing seems to be inherently wrong with it on the face of it. We'll see later if there is something wrong with it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is just a smaller website trying to be a bigger thing. Yeah, I don't think you can make much of an argument these days for small websites thriving. There's definitely been a major consolidation of what websites people go to. And as such, every website that launches or tries to maintain itself has to become just way bigger. Alright, let's quickly go through the games I'm going to make YouTube shorts on. I spent so much time working on my Steam Deck, and I still have so much more time that I'm going to have to spend on it, that I actually got all of my YouTube shorts that are uploaded scheduled, which puts me in a decent place with that. That being said, is this based off of the other game, Lisa? Yes, it is. So this game looks like nothing, but a lot of people have talked about Lisa, so it makes a lot of sense to put this here, make a follow list short, YouTube short around it. It may very well be a case that it is actually just a demo of the game Lisa. Is this in English? It says it's in English. I don't think there's anything here. I think I'm gonna start being a little bit more critical when they don't bother to even translate the language or remove the Japanese in the English page versions of pages. Although the logo here seems to imply that more is being said here. Guess we could translate. Yeah, Lucky Mercenary and Jewel Prince Knight Fortunate Duo. So that was something important that should have been translated, and it wasn't. So that just highlights a level of laziness, and I'm not going to bother to highlight a visual novel that's being lazy. I would also say we probably should not highlight games that are initialisms that could be misconstrued for racial epithets, JAP being an unacceptable way of referring to a Japanese person these days. Otherwise it doesn't look interesting anyways. But yeah, I still have lots of videos to upload that aren't YouTube shorts, and probably have a decent amount of YouTube shorts to make and upload. And I still have a lot of scheduling that needs to happen, as far as games. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, I'm not sure if this is a demo or what. Yeah, it's a demo. But I will take the main game, Age of Water. See, now this is an interesting twist because what they've made here is pirates in a modern time instead of so many pirate games being in the past, which lets you have more interesting technology, more interesting guns, more interesting of a environment here. This is straight out of a Secret of Monkey Island. Here's your voodoo priestess if we were going to do a voodoo priestess in modern time settings. This feels a lot like Raft in the Apocalypse, which is not a terrible twist to a game like Raft. Raft is probably a great example of a game to also play on the Steam Deck. There's a decent chance though, once I do get around to scheduling videos, which is to also assume that I will actually schedule enough things fast enough and not just have a big gap of content airing on my channel. At a certain level, it might work better for my channel if I did just have go silent as far as the pre-recorded footage for several months. I did put out a post where I'd gotten 777 subscribers for a brief second in the middle of a stream and was able to capture a screenshot, but by the end of the stream even I was up to 778. Still, you need 1,000 to even begin to be considered for the YouTube Partner Program. I also would need a massive amount of watch time. Guess this is coming out finally. Yeah, there's if I did go quiet, maybe that would help my channel, but I don't think any of it can help well enough. If I did get monetized, it would have to be about $2,000 a month to really be a great outcome. Certainly less than that would be a nice little bonus, but yeah. And $2,000 a month really is not, even if I'm just going to pick a random number, it's not really accounting for 10 years of setup, running a channel for free before then. He would be barely getting a payoff after a lot of effort. Almost certainly my channel is gonna, this is an interesting dress-up game, but almost certainly my channel is going to be a cautionary tale. What is going on with the live chat? I see that somebody's commented, but I can't see it. Let's see. I can barely read it because the message is not down low enough. But it looks like Sniper Ranger saying is Yellow Rydo, long time no see. That's what I think it says there. Let me see if I can click on it. If that does anything. Nope. I can't do anything, sorry, to fix it apparently. But yeah, hey Sniper Ranger. Yep. I imagine a lot of content creators have people come in and go away based on certain seasons. People getting summer off, people just having more free time. I suppose if any YouTuber became super popular and was making a ton of money, they probably have some kind of moral obligation that they wouldn't actually ever feel the need to follow into giving back to the community in some way of content creators. And I don't know how you really would do that other than some kind of charity where a lot of the money would just get eaten up in management fees. This looks like the exact same game. You have a card game here labeled Greenland. Then you have a card game here labeled Neanderthal. And then that's it. So maybe it was just a case that there were two card games, that one was a spin-off of the other. Anime thighs. I think we all know where that's going, so that's gonna be a no. Probably the best thing any YouTuber that was super successful could do is create a competitor to YouTube. Something that is not so much built around advertisement, but still somehow finds a way to monetize with some advertisement, or something that offers such a better offering that people would be capable and willing to pay for it. And I don't think that that's likely to happen. Certainly you could make a federated service where people are hosting their own videos, instead of YouTube having tons of servers. Let's see, I'm gonna go ahead and take this one off the follow list because it's not being received particularly well. But you still need a central front page to promote in some kind of way of promoting. I'm gonna put this on the follow list to see how people receive it. This definitely seems like it is one of these adult games that's not being sold in adult versions. If I can say what I mean to say without stuttering. I saw an awful story on Reddit. This doesn't have anything to do with video games, where apparently this guy, assuming the story is true, is basically nonverbal because he has such a horrible stutter, and then he got fired for not being communicative enough, which I don't know what the laws are in Australia, but certainly in the United States that's open case lawsuit ready to happen for discrimination. And what really got me about that is that a good worker that could communicate only by text and email sounds very ideal to me if I was a boss. It's like, oh, this guy's not going to talk to me ever and cause me extra frustration. I don't have to deal with them as much. That sounds very appealing. And so I was thinking about what would you do if you had hired somebody with a major stutter and could not really communicate in an effective amount of time verbally. I think the right way to do that as a boss, and this is just off the top of my head basically from when I thought about it a couple days ago and haven't thought about it anymore, you probably just implement what would be a pretty decent rule telling all of your employees that all communication going forward must be done via email, text, or otherwise. That this is being done for record keeping and legal reasons. You don't actually name the stuttering person as being the reason, and that's a weird rule certainly to implement, I'm sure, but I think that would be the right way to do it. Or you would have to actively find some other way to actively isolate the one employee who stutters and say all communication going forward must go through me, through email. You definitely would probably want to make them a remote worker anyways to prevent phone calls from happening or face-to-face conversations from happening. But yeah, I guess what you would do is you'd implement a rule to say everybody has to just communicate via text or email for record keeping's sake. And I definitely, at that point, if I was putting out that memo, I would remind everybody that there is a acceptable communications policy. Just telling people, you know what, it's not acceptable on company servers to flirt with each other or say insulting, rude things. It's also not acceptable to there would be a different set of rules, certainly as far as publicly speaking about things that are happening at work or the business themselves, which ironically that leads me to another non-video game story, in that Glassdoor.com has apparently gone crazy and is putting people's real information, names and things like that, real names, associated with their reviews of bad companies and bad bosses, opening up the door that crazy bad bosses can threaten to sue or otherwise harass people who are very likely reviewing bad bosses very accurately. But yeah, it seems when people were talking about that story on Reddit that Glassdoor has been way worse than it seemed like it used to be about taking down negative reviews on simple requests without actually verifying that there's any reason to take down a negative review. And it seems like increasingly bad bosses have been wasting their time making requests to improve their Glassdoor reviews. That's something that almost certainly should be taught in schools, is just what qualifies as slander and what qualifies as libel. But the default thing certainly is that if you're telling the truth, you should be safe. Of course, you're only safe enough to defend yourself against a lawsuit. Which is still a huge hassle, certainly, to fight a lawsuit. So here's an example of the family view, I guess. This must have been a tab that was opened earlier, which maybe that means some tabs. So this is what family view does. You have this family view green that turns to red when you exit family view, and then when you try to go to a page, you have to type in a pin. And if you type in the wrong pin, it will say nice try. And I also should point out that several times on several pages I've had family view not work with the right pin typed in, not work when you click the OK button. It is very much beta, and I would not recommend implementing family view for your own accounts. It's weird because you basically have to set up family view, then like you have to log into the kids account basically and set up family view while logged into the kids account to lock out the kids account. Because if you set up family view on your account, on the adult account, you're just filtering yourself out of it, it seems. It's very poorly being done. Here we have geo names. Some geographical data on this website is provided by geonames.org. Interesting. I don't feel like I've seen that before. Yeah, and we're not doing any follows cleanup. Okay. And I am confused. Nope, I am not confused, I guess. I was just in a weird point there. Alright, so let's see where we are on SteamDB. See if anything has changed. Certainly my perspective has changed now that I have a Steam Deck, as far as just figuring out if any of these games on the top 20, top 100 would be reasonable to play on the Steam Deck. Terraria is probably pretty reasonable to play. Outro would be pretty reasonable to play. I've said, I feel like I've been saying this for several years, that there is a real lack of nicely polished card games and just basic tabletop games on Steam outside of Tabletop Simulator. That's the one exception there. And see, I could definitely play Binding of Isaac Rebirth on the Steam Deck, but if I'm going to do that, I basically am just going to be grinding unlocks and wins. And inherently the problem here is I'm using the Steam Deck out in public, so I don't know if I feel 100% comfortable out in public playing the Binding of Isaac Rebirth for fear that somebody's going to smash my Steam Deck out of some religious fervor-y. I guess that's the right word to use. Binding of Isaac is about the only one I would say that's a big problem with. Anything else would probably be fine. I still haven't spent any energy fixing my chart as far as this gap, let alone fixing the overall problems with the chart. We were seeing that games had fallen down in the last stream. They seem to be up and down, although Helldivers is falling down. The overall point seems to be that there was just a peak point which people were playing, probably a weekend. And let's just reload and see how this works. I turned off the family view for my account, but I did it after the macro ran, so we might actually have a lot of family view pages that I'll have to reload to. Like this game, Bingle Bingles, is an example of something that. And the spring sale just ended, I guess. Easy come, easy go. Now, Steam has announced a Steam Deck sale, Deck Maker sale, which is seemingly trying to create name confusion between the Steam Deck hardware and deck building games on Steam. There doesn't seem to be any indication so far that there will be any competition there or combination there. So imagine this deck building sale, which has just been announced, is going to run for a brief amount of time, and then we'll be in the summer sale. There's also some PAX East deals and demos. Let's take a look at that. And I really am not in a position where I can afford to buy any games after buying a Steam Deck, so it's not really that helpful to shop. Other than perhaps trying to figure out what is new and trending. This Tachia game looks interesting. Do we have any reviews so far? Excuse me. Yeah, 94% positive with 17 reviews. That's not a lot. Of course, that's doing way better than 43% positive, and that being labeled as mixed on the scale that games get reviewed is kind of crazy. I guess Steam might be the only place where 50% positive reviews actually means mixed reviewed game. Here we have Alone in the Dark at 75%. And yeah, the background here is feeling like it might be slightly lighter shade of blue, but it may just be the same old shade of blue. I should probably sample what color the blue is every time after each cell and see if it is changing. But yeah, the Steam Deck OLED is black with black backgrounds with white coloring, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's where Steam goes. One thing I would say is, while there is a custom storefront like this front page for the Steam Deck, there's still, I think, a lot of room for improvement and just a better optimized way to point out fewer games or smaller icons towards games, instead of just trying to show a massive amount of games. Let's see, this is the PAX East sale is a third-party sale. So just scroll down here somewhat and see if there's anything that really grabs my eye. These are mostly indie games, so this Heartworm might be interesting. But yeah, PAX being the place where you're trying to highlight indie games makes it less likely that we'll find anything amazing or anything that jumps out at me. And Expo Hall, I suspect these might be games that are actually going to be on display, or developers of those games may be on display. The PAX events are in this weird position in my mind, in that it feels like they're still trying to be what Comic-Con at one point may have been, in a world that I've seen this one before. This one probably will get a lot of coverage. Yeah, I just don't know if there's a world particularly post-pandemic, where it makes a lot of sense to have these kinds of conventions. The Texas Pinball Festival ended last week, and one of the things they kind of did, and I'm not sure if there was a bigger story around this or not, they didn't pay to have a award show that usually was happening at the end of the Texas Pinball Festival. So the pinball happened, but they just kind of handed out some ribbons and without much pomp and circumstance or presentation to it. I wouldn't be surprised if that is more and more where this goes with as far as events, is that they just get they get less and less special and less important. So one of the things I'm looking at as far as the Steam Deck is trying to have games that are family friendly. And so one of the games I looked at was this Castle Crashers, and it almost certainly does qualify as cartoon violence enough that it would be family friendly, but also constantly have that situation where it depends so much on the family. If you have ultra conservative parents, they are going to hate practically any game. I also saw some games like this where it looks like it's family friendly on the thumbnail, and I have to lean on my fuzzy memory as to whether the game actually is family friendly or not. But yeah, at some level you just can't please everybody. At most levels you can't please everybody. Roulette Builder, where you create your own roulette, strategically combine various betting options and unique balls to create synergies. Interesting. So a kind of roguelike deck builder around roulette, which is a game that is mostly chance, so modifying the chance is an interesting twist on that. Let's look at this. It looks like that's a new game. Okay. I already looked at a lot of these games. Where am I? Oh, I see what I did. Okay, so next stream is going to be kind of a nightmare where we're gonna talk about some games that we already covered today. But the good news is we don't have to deal with that today, and the better news is that that'll be on a Monday, so it won't be that big of a deal. So let's do the headlines. As far as my clip maker and chapter making program, turns out there was, I believe, a bug that was causing it to not trigger, so I needed to update my software. On the other side of that thought, I updated my software as far as my backup software on my router, and now my backup software is broken. So it is, if it's working, maybe don't update it. If it's not working, maybe update it. That is probably the move there. Both of those softwares are being programmed for very small audiences. My software in particular being programmed only for me. But yeah, the hope is that today we will have actual chapters and clips and see what that does for me. But first we have to actually make the clips, so let's read the headlines. Every time I say headlines, I think of some of those late night shows, which I haven't watched any of those in many years. But I know that is kind of the very first thing after the initial monologue in a lot of those late night shows, is that they just read headlines and say something funny about it, so it's not copyright infringement. or so it comes off as at least a bit comedic. But that's not what I'm doing, obviously. But it does make an argument that maybe I should read the headlines way earlier in these streams. Moving on. Book of Demons is currently free to claim on Good Old Games. Apparently it's a hack and slash deck building hybrid. It currently costs £25 to £20. $25, £20 on other stores. Let's see. I guess there's nothing else to say there. We're hearing more from Good Old Games. I feel like Good Old Games is actually trying to grow its audience. Maybe they ran into some extra funding or something. Maybe they're getting desperate. Who knows? Capcom has responded to criticism of Dragon's Dogma 2 paid DLC and performance issues. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. Unless this apology came with a commitment of changing what exists, I feel like that would be very shallow. Yeah. Not seeing anything here that implies they are actually going to do anything about the DLC and microtransactions. It is an interesting argument if the DLC they're selling is technically microtransactions because it may not be purchasable a second time. Which would be probably the line where I would define something as a microtransaction is if it can be purchased multiple times. Moving on. Assassin's Creed Jade likely delayed to 2025, a report claims. Tencent is said to have deprioritized the game as part of a wider strategy shift. Why is Tencent working on an Assassin's Creed game in the first place? Why is a Ubisoft game? Does Tencent own Ubisoft? Assassin's Creed Jade is set to be published by Tencent's Level Infinite division after Ubisoft announced a major strategic partnership with the Chinese company in 2022. Okay. So Tencent doesn't own Ubisoft, they just had a Chinese company make the Chinese Assassin's Creed. That way Ubisoft, I guess, doesn't get accused of doing something racist. They can blame the Chinese company if the Chinese company does something racist with the Chinese game. But yeah, I suspect this doesn't spell good things for Assassin's Creed Jade. Or the Assassin's Creed universe in general. But yeah, pretty much at this point the Assassin's Creed universe is just spinning its wheels and could stop at any point and it really wouldn't matter. It would be nice if there was like one final Assassin's Creed game that wrapped up the story and finished on a bang, but it's probably never going to happen. What would more likely happen is Ubisoft would just go out of business, and that's not likely to happen either. I think the French government would keep them alive just for patriotic reasons. Moving on. Mario Kart Live studio Velen is planning layoffs after a major project was suddenly cancelled. The company says 46 of its 121 staff could lose their jobs. I suspect this is probably not a case of another Mario Kart Live project being cancelled. It's more likely a case of some Nintendo second-party development project being cancelled, if Velen is even capable of making video games, which maybe they aren't, and that's why the project is being cancelled. As far as Mario Kart Live went, I don't think parents were ever super happy with the idea of remote control cars with cameras on it. That just opens so many doors of dangerousness, where you could hide a camera in a bathroom, in a bedroom. The camera could just be coincidentally pointed in a direction when a kid is changing or in some form of undress, or an adult is changing in some form of undress. It's just really, really risky to have a camera. Even if the camera actually couldn't do what this camera could do, parents would be uncomfortable with that. And on top of that, the price on these was just too high. We never saw any extra success on this. You never got like other kind of Mario Kart characters other than Mario and Luigi. You never got any kind of like Pokemon characters, which would have been the next step, which I don't know how you have Pokemon remote control cars. If anything, you might have tried to have a Pokemon that was on wheels but was not racing as much as it was just slowly moving around. People have a problem with cameras even on the robotic mops and vacuum cleaners for decent reason. The security on those smart devices has not been spotless. And you could probably have had a laser radar, but that would have been too expensive, and it wouldn't have accomplished the goal in this case. So yeah, the Mario Kart concept failed. It goes in the list of kind of long concepts that came out in the earlier parts of the Nintendo Switch, using the Nintendo Switch as a VR device and putting cardboard lenses in front of your face is another project that has just been silently shut down and given up on. It'll be interesting to see if they get creative or imaginative at all with the next Nintendo console, or if it is a case that now that there's a new person in charge of Nintendo, we will just see a very generic console doing very basic things. Nintendo has been known for trying a lot of experimental concepts and sometimes succeeding on them, but a lot of them really don't succeed. And maybe that won't be the way Nintendo does business anymore. It may just be that Nintendo is now all about reselling the same games over and over again and shutting down emulation. We can only wait and see, and we don't have to wait that long. Moving on. Larian says it's moving from Baldur's Gate to make a new thing. Dragon's Dogma 2 releases to mixed user reviews as microtransactions are criticized. Resident Evil creator Shinji Mikami has established a new company. Pokemon fan game repository has been taken down by a reported DMCA notice. Relic Castle featured hundreds of fan-made Pokemon games. So this is just an entire website of fan-made Pokemon games. Which inherently, if this really is the case, that the Pokemon company themselves, not Nintendo, has DMCA'd fan Pokemon games, then that tells us that Palworld as a parody is on pretty safe ground. Like, Nintendo doing a DMCA action, taking down a repository of fan-made projects is not going to strengthen their case against Palworld if they were going to try and make a case against Palworld, which it doesn't seem like they are. And this does really tell people that all of those fan-made games should have just been parodies of Pokemon games. I imagine none of those fan-made games were particularly good enough to make a full product, but yeah, if you like Pokemon games, make a parody of something like a parody of Pokemon game. Make a parody of Palworld games. Don't make Pokemon fan games, because Nintendo clearly doesn't care for its fandom, or to be fair, the Pokemon Company doesn't care for its fandom in this case. But Nintendo is a major owner, shareholder of the Pokemon Company. Moving on. Blockbuster Inc., inspired by Lionshead the Movies, gets a release date. This does not have anything to do with Blockbuster Rental Company. I think we've seen this game before. Let's see if it's on the follow list. Nope. This is a prologue, so I don't need the prologue. I need the full game, which is on the follow list. That makes more sense. I suppose maybe that's one way I could do something with my Steam Deck, is play a bunch of demos and prologues. So this is supposed to be Nixlander, this is supposed to be Loki. I don't know who this character is supposed to represent though. Somebody in a pinstripe suit with a Tommy gun. I mean, this is so obviously supposed to be Homelander, and this is so obviously supposed to be Loki. Has there been some Tommy gun wielding movie I haven't heard about? I can't think of anything. People talk about this game, the movies, but it obviously didn't lead to the creation of a whole new genre of film simulators, film directing simulators. There probably should be a I would almost imagine it should be a live action game where you make movies using clips of footage, or just a really easy actual piece of software, something easier and newer than like Vegas, to edit video and be a producer and make home movies. Home movies seem like they are something that should be way more common and popular, considering everybody has a camera in their pocket, but nope, nobody's really trying to make even short 20-minute narrative movies. Everybody's instead making very crazy TikToks and things like that. Yeah, except for a small selection of creative people. US sues Apple over smartphone, quote, monopoly, citing cloud gaming as a key example. Kotaku editor-in-chief resigns after criticizing management. MLB The Show 24 players on Switch are reporting frequent crashes. Sony has set up a production line in Brazil to make physical PS5 discs for Latin America. This is a question I definitely was wondering about, is just how many factories are making physical Blu-ray discs these days. And I wonder if this isn't the end of what could have been a decades-long project to set up a state-of-the-art facility to make, I assume, Blu-ray discs. That might very well become the major facility with a much lower wage, in which all game discs are being pressed. It's a little bit risky. No, it's very risky from what I can tell to do any business in Brazil. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this goes, if it goes anywhere. It very possibly is a case that by setting up this production line, video games will actually be sold and made by PlayStation and Sony, whereas the opposite, had they not built the facility, it would just be people burning copies and putting ROM chips and mod chips into PlayStations to play burnt copies. Yeah, visually though, there's very little you can tell here. It doesn't feel like it is that big of a production line. It's all inside anti-static, anti-dust enclosures, it looks like, and that seems to be pretty much it. I would expect a much bigger amount of machinery if this was older technology. If they were making CDs, I would expect there to be way bigger technology. But it's fairly unimpressive unless you could get some actual video of the discs being made. And I'm not really sure how the Blu-rays are actually made, whether it is several different layers being pressed or if it is actual lasers burning parts of plastic or something. Who knows how it's really being done? Well, they know. I don't know. I would like to know. Dead Islands 2 second story expansion Sola will be released next month. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth update improves graphics and adds a performance mode option. Okay, so that's going to bring us to the Gemetsu article, so let's burn through these fairly quickly. Cozy open world survival game Pathless Woods launches in early access for PC on April 3rd. A more Asian-centric kind of Stardew Valley looking game, but not that Stardew Valley-ish. I wonder if there's a lot more wandering around and a lot less farming in this game compared to Stardew Valley, making it more of an adventure game. Bunny Garden launches April 18th for the Switch and this spring for PC. This definitely feels like it's just a dating simulation adventure game for pure-hearted gentlemen. That's what they're describing it as. It's still very strange that so many of these games have been approved and allowed on the Nintendo Switch. Oh. Here's alcohol references happening. This is the bunny outfit was part of the Playboy, not the Playboy Mansion as much as the Playboy Gentlemen's Clubs that existed at one time. But this actually is not the outfit that they would wear. They would wear more one-piece unitards, and they would do this thing called the bunny dip where they would serve alcohol backwards and bend in awkward positions. So yeah, this is a leer at the anime girl game and play some ridiculous photo modes and mini games. Yeah, you would think from the screenshots they're showing alone, Nintendo would say no to that. And while I'm not for censorship by any means, it does question as far as just to what end does letting a game and a bunch of games like this achieve on the Nintendo eShop. Are there any significant number of players, adult players one would hope, who are buying lewd anime girl games on the Nintendo eShop and playing them on their Switch? I guess probably in Japan the numbers are probably somewhat high in that case. But in the West, the numbers are probably less than a fraction of a percentage point. Almost certainly it would have been better press to say we're only going to let these kinds of games on the Japanese eShop, and maybe we'll let them on the Western eShop if somebody has an adult account, which I have not heard anything about any kind of lockdown method or anything like that for the Nintendo eShop at all. As far as I know, games like Bunny Garden are being shown to 2-year-olds playing Mario games. It just seems like bad business, frankly. For very little profit, I imagine. Anyways, moving on. Shinji Mikami establishes a new studio, Kamui. Wonder if that's not actually pronounced Kamui, but Camus. Camus. Yeah, Camus would be the only other way I pronounce it, but that wouldn't be how I would imagine a Japanese person would pronounce it. Almost all the Japanese I've ever seen has always been broken up into 2 characters when translated to English, 2 or 3 characters. So she, or 4 characters in the case of Shin, I guess, and then G, me, ka, me, that's more traditional. So I'd pronounce this ka, mu, e, making an E sound with a Y. Anyways, moving on. Dustborn launches August 20th. Still a lot of games that have announcements and are now coming out a few months later. Turn-based strategy deck builder Knights in Tight Spaces has been announced for PC. It feels like this is very much from similar to another game where it's a card-based fighting game, but there's a lot of animation going on. Wonder if this is from the same people that made that game. Can't remember what that game was called, though. Yeah, I'm not going to waste any time looking it up. Industria 2 has been announced for PC. Now the question here is, what was Industria 1? Yeah, you get into that weird situation where there are well, this game is on my wish list, but it was from 2021, so yeah, it's been a while. Still way too many games. A certain level, I guess, if I played 2 extra games every month on the Steam Deck on top of 2 games being pre-recorded footage, that would double my output as far as the number of games I played. It won't double the output of content I make. It would lead towards thinking about different ways to make content, certainly. But the danger there is that I would fall into the habit of playing games and then stopping the games halfway through to just give some pithy review, which is what every other mainstream video game journalist does, is or a lot of them do. At least I shouldn't overgeneralize there. They don't finish games. They stop playing as soon as they have finished their review, quote unquote review of a game. Tales of Iron 2 Whiskers of Winter announced for all consoles and PC. I guess inherently any game with a mouse in it is potentially going to have Tales in the name, which leads to a lot of games with Tales in the name that look somewhat different and obviously aren't sequels to each other. Indica launches May 8th. Now this one looks intriguing, but really not sure there's as much here as people may be hoping. On the other hand, this might just be some like weird BioShock Infinite or BioShock 1 release. That certainly could happen for any game. It's not likely to happen, but if I had seen just screenshots of BioShock 1, I would have also been somewhat cautious these days about a game like that. Spine, Gung Fu in the market, early gameplay teaser trailer and screenshots are available. What is Spine? Oh yeah, I remember this game. She has this light up spine, and that's kind of all we know. Looks like it is some kung fu stuff. Gameplay teaser. Let's get a general idea of what we're doing. What concerns me about some of these maneuvers these days is that is the game going to be all about fancy moves and actually control very poorly? In a lot of ways, this, with the haha in particular, makes this whole thing feel like it's supposed to be Harley Quinn playing in this spot, and that this was supposed to be some kind of Joker type game. Gun Fu as a concept was something that was done in a movie slightly before The Matrix was released. I forget the name of the movie. But yeah, had The Matrix not come out, that movie would have had a lot more coverage. I think it's Gun Fu, G-U-N, not G-U-N-G. Let's look at the trailer. Yeah, nope, it's G-U-N-G. So yeah. Single player story focused action game. Yeah, my concern is that this is going to be too much like the fighting mechanic in the Arkham games, which is the one mechanic I really didn't like. Although I think other people may have liked it. Moving on. City Builder Worshippers of Cthulhu announced for Xbox Series, PS5, and Switch. I've always pronounced this Cthulhu. I suppose that's the right way to pronounce it. Although, I'm not sure I've actually heard anybody else pronounce it either, so this could be wrong. But I guess I'll just stick with what I've been doing. I guess the question is, how interesting is the city builder if it just has a Cthulhu element to it? That might be fairly interesting for a small amount of time, but then it may very well just fall down to being a city builder game, which is going to be more strategic / more boring. Connections-based logic puzzle game Linkito for PC launches this summer. So I think it's probably some pseudo electricity connection game from the looks of it. Might be interesting. A roguelike arena slasher, Hordes of Hunger, has been announced for PC. So is this taking some polish to something like a Vampire Survivors game? Maybe a little bit of that. But once you bring it into the 3D realm, it's gonna stand out so much that it feels very much like its own thing. Blueprints is going to be published by Raw Fury. So it seems to me like we are at this point starting to get some real announcements for real games. It still unfortunately feels like it'll be a while before we get actual games released, and the odds of a good game still feel lower than they have been in previous years. Still Wakes the Deep launches June 18th. I don't know why I'm getting these white backgrounds when the screenshots are trying to load in. Roguelike rhythm first-person shooter RoboBeat for PC launches May 16th. Suppose I've done pretty good today by not having to take a bathroom break, but having said that, if I'm not quick, I'm gonna have to take a break. Narrative adventure game Farewell North launches August 15th for Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. And we are still very much in the case where anything that bothers to put a press release out should get at least one YouTube short. Dorfromantic Studio Taukana Interactive announces Project Mango. It's a new game in space setting developed in cooperation with Kurzgesag. I have no idea what this is, what these names are. Is this some kind of like New Zealand names? Maybe more Eastern Bloc Europe names. I have no idea. I don't know any of these names at all. Moving on. Tchia is coming to the Switch this summer, and the Steam version is now available. This is an interesting color palette to use, because the rest of the screenshots really don't match that color palette. Seems like that's inconsistent, but maybe there's some element to it. It's kind of crazy that such a kid-friendly looking game wouldn't have been coming to the Switch anyways, but whatever. Moving on. Sandland, the Forest Land trailer and screenshots are available. Remember, this is the game based on an anime comic manga from Akira Toriyama, who recently passed away. Noticeably, it doesn't seem like that's stopped any of these presentations and trailers from coming out, though. And Sandland is already on my follow list, so I don't think I need to make another YouTube short on it. Haunty launches May 23rd. Probably pronounced Haunty. Suppose what I need to do is make sure when I click on a link, whether I'm clicking on a link because a new trailer came out versus an announcement of a release date. And then if it is just a new trailer, don't make a YouTube short on it. If it's a release date, do make a YouTube short on it. That's probably an easy rule to try and follow. Awaken Astral Blade launches in Q3 of 2024. This is another great example, though, of also too many announcements on a Friday, too few announcements on a Monday. I wouldn't be surprised if we are seeing a fairly large amount of announcements today on this Friday, since this is basically the first Friday after the spring sale, and they didn't want to have people looking at games that couldn't be bought during the spring sale. They wanted to get their games wishlisted and get more attention on a non-sale Friday. 2D action platformer Void Rot has been announced for Switch and PC. It does create a weird situation, certainly, if there's a glut of games trying to avoid your sales at times. But those glut of games will probably benefit the next time there's a sale, so it probably balances out pretty well. Inortria, The Last Song, launches August 21st. Xbox Series version no longer planned. That is something we don't see too much about, where they straight up just cancel something that was already announced. Most game publishers are wise enough to not make promises unless they're committed to actually doing it. Harold Halibut launches April 16th for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC, and then later for the PS4 and Xbox One. There's still a decent number of these games that aren't on my follow list, so it's not like it's utterly pointless to follow these headlines. I am getting new information and confirming information. It takes a lot of time, certainly. 8-player on-foot racing game Death Sprint 66 has been announced for PC. Yeek, a post-mortem RPG update, Yeek I.5 announced. Sneak peek Yeek Nameless Psychosis launches April 4th. So this is a prologue, I guess, of Yeek. This looks very weird in a way that I can't be 100% sure that I'd be really happy with it. Soul Covenant launches April 18th. This is way too much, and I'm not even getting to a point where I'm seeing an end here with all the Gamatsu articles. Maybe I messed up my Gamatsu articles last time, and that's why there's so many. Dead Island 2 story expansion Sola launches April 17th. I think the actor is Woody Harrelson that this kind of looks like. Yeah. Imagine this is half music festival, half LA references. Top-down retro platform adventure game Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo announced for PC. There's another game that is brand new. So yeah, here's a great example of how horrible a bezel could be if you're playing an emulated game, to just have a large amount of pixels on the right and left and top and bottom, and have it tilt shifted so it's less visible. Yeah, no real emulator would show an image like that, but yeah, it can get kind of bad with bezels. If you had a non-OLED, I think it might make sense to have bezels, but I've never really been able to find bezels appealing. I think they kind of have to be very subtle, very dark. There might be an argument to just turning down the brightness on every single bezel to a really, really low amount. Anyways, I do see the beginning of the end here, so now let's rush to finish. Aichu Chibi Edition is coming to the West. This is a rhythm action idol visual novel. No Steam link. Definitely feels like a kind of different experience, a different minigame, or having any kind of minigame in a visual novel is actually quite a move forward towards more interactivity. Shadows of the Damned Hella Remastered launches in 2024 for all consoles and PC. If this wasn't on the fall list, I wouldn't make a short on it, since it's just really telling you the year and nothing else. Broken Roads for the PS4 and 5, Xbox One and Series, and PC launches April 10th. I always want like a survival top-down strategy game to be good, but they all come out pretty awful, and most of them are just like mobile games. I'm sure there is a good one out there, I just don't know what it is. I haven't spent enough time looking for it, obviously. Famitsu sales from the 11th to the 17th have been updated on Gamatsu. Let's see what's new. Macro Shooting Insight taking number 7. That really highlights how popular the Macro series must still be in Japan. Macro Shooting Insight for the PS5 taking number 14 spot. And then Macro Shooting Insight for PS4 taking the 27th spot. And otherwise everything else is not new. So definitely feels like it was a slow week. Yeah, they chose to even use Unicorn Overlord as a screenshot instead of a macros screenshot. Guess that is saying something interesting, that Unicorn Overlord is beating Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the Switch is still doing incredibly well, and if anything, I think this is, you see Nintendo's actions of late and you compare that to the massive amount of success Nintendo has had, particularly in Japan, but pretty much around the world. And this highlights a case where too much success seems to go to the heads of a lot of corporations and makes them worse companies. It makes them less hungry to maintain an audience or keep an audience happy. It makes them feel like they can get away with more controversial actions, and rude actions at least. Moving on. Blackout Protocol launches this winter for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. We don't have a Steam link there. Lost Eidolons Veil of the Witch PC closed beta test registration is now available. Inazuma 11 Victory Road worldwide beta test demo for Switch launches March 28th, and the 5th trailer is available. They have taken way longer than I think they should have to make this game and release it. I would like to see Inazuma 11 actually succeed in the West, but there's a high chance it won't if it keeps dragging its feet. A turn-based RPG, Maliki Poison of the Past, has been announced for Switch and PC. Yeah, I bet this isn't really anything, but I kind of would like to see it succeed. You don't get a lot of costume quests, like smaller, shorter, kids-friendly RPG games, and you can see one or two of those happening. Although I don't know if this really is kid-friendly and anything like Costume Quest at all, but it feels like it could be. VTuber Nightmare visual novel Night to Meet You, Obaki no Mare to Yashi no Hitoiki, has been announced for the PS4 and 5, Switch, PC, iOS, and Android. You know, come to think of it, for as much as I mispronounce English words, I must be pretty awful at mispronouncing Japanese words, too. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm mispronouncing all of it. We don't have a Steam link here, and all we have is this one screenshot, so that's not really a lot of information. Loretta for the PS4 and 5, Xbox One and Series, and Switch launches April 11th. It's currently already available on PC. Yep, this is one that has already even made it to my wish list. I could kind of see why. It has a feeling a lot like the Cat Lady, which, yeah, there should be some more stories like that, more psychological horrors, more games starring adult females who aren't just superheroes. You know, we could do with some adult male games where they aren't superheroes also, or downright depressed psychopaths like Silent Hill games, although one of the main protagonists of one of the Silent Hills is a female. Anyways, moving on. Anomaly Collapse launches April 12th. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth version 1.020 update is now available. Improves frame rates and graphics. Ancient Weapon Holly for PS4 launches March 25th. The PS5, Switch, and PC versions launch March 8th. Guilty Gear Strive DLC character ABA launches March 26th. Well, that is certainly an intriguing looking character. It seems fairly reminiscent in its pose and art style as one of like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure type character. Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance release date moved up to June 14th. Characters, demons, and systems have been detailed. Now this looks very sharp as an image. And I don't recognize this demon character from the main Shin Megami Tensei 5 game. Nor do I recognize this female character. Nor do I recognize this guy. Wonder if there's just a lot of content that they didn't really talk about in the promo of Shin Megami Tensei, or if this is all just new content. These images are really big. See, what's really weird about this is that it comes off very much like there was a group of people in Shin Megami Tensei, when I really felt like the entirety of the game you were playing as one character alone. You can see these demons are quite unique in their art style. You have to really applaud somebody trying to do something different and artistic for the vast majority of people just making the same generic zombie characters over and over again. The problem I would say that kind of runs into this though is that you have several interesting characters getting mixed in with way too many other possibly interesting characters, so nobody's really going to stand out or be the big boss character for a different game. This feels very colorful. Yeah. I'm fairly certain that the Shin Megami Tensei series is just really grindy, and I wouldn't be surprised if this new game, although it may add more interesting content, isn't going to inherently just make the game even more grindy, which I think was one of the complaints against it, and in its original form. Moving on, Chrono Odyssey is going to be published by Kakao Games, and it has a GDC 2024 trailer. It's weird that GDC trailers are now a thing. This is an MMORPG for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. And we're gonna probably get lucky today because I think GameDeveloper.com broke, so I could scroll down this news and see if there's just any headline that I need to talk about. Apparently there's a unionization feels closer than ever as a new long-term goals emerge. Is that from GDC? Or what? We talked about the rest of these headlines. Let's see. How the Japanese idea of motainai shaped Super Mario Bros. Wonder? I don't even know what that idea is. Here we have our game suddenly abandoning black developers. That's almost certainly clickbait. Game studios. Wouldn't it be publishers anyways that would abandon black developers? What do you mean by abandoning them? Are they being laid off more than your average game developer is being laid off? Apparently the secret to using Steam as a developer is to make Valve earn their 30%. Why you should and how you should leave Unity and Unreal to make your own engine. Yeah, that's almost certainly a bad idea. Why not move to the Godot engine? Or instead of starting from scratch. Okay, I think we've covered all the stories we're going to cover. Shinji Mikami founds a new studio, Kamui Inc. So let's quickly just do one more or two more headlines and we'll be done. how the Japanese idea of Matai Nai shaped Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Nintendo doesn't believe in bad ideas. Well, they definitely seem like they have some, sometimes. Broadly, it conveys a profound sense of regret over wastage. In English, it might be best translated to waste not, want not. Okay, well at least I know what the concept means. In fairness, they have polished that concept to the T, in that your Mario Odyssey 3D platforming games and your Mario Wonder 2D platforming games are very much full of a bunch of random ideas that somehow make sense and all get used to some level. Particularly if you think about Mario Odyssey and you try to explain it to somebody who's never seen the game, it is incredibly ridiculous. You get a hat, it's a magic hat that lets you take control of a bunch of other characters. You start in a hat land, and then you work your way through a hat land with the magic hat to then end up in a dinosaur land. And then you put the magic hat on the dinosaur and control the dinosaur. And then you end up to eventually getting to a dragon land, and you're fighting a dragon with your magical hat. I mean, it really does just sound like nonsense, and I could go on, but I won't. Explaining it out loud. And Mario Wonder, for the small bits I've seen, definitely feels similar. But video games don't have to make sense, and so it is probably a testament that there is some footage and content that is being left on the cutting room floor of other games that, if it was highly polished like most Nintendo games are, could be reused. That being said, not everybody can be Nintendo, so it probably is better for a lot of game companies to just leave gameplay concepts on the cutting room floor to work towards optimizing the main gameplay mechanics, which notably Mario has a huge advantage as far as already having established expectations of what it's going to play like and how the gameplay mechanic is going to work. So they have to have it fairly optimized, and they can't really change it too much. Anyways, the other story we had was unionization feels closer than ever as new long-term goals emerge. More and more game studios appear to be considering unionization, according to a panel at GDC 2024, indicating that formerly hushed whispers about labor unions are becoming full-blown roars. Yep. It probably needs to happen, but like most unionization, it's probably happening far too late. And unless it was part of a wave of many different industries unionizing, and most of the people in the United States being at least pro-union, I don't know if that makes long-term positive effects for the entire United States. It might happen more and more in other countries, but it might also not happen in some countries. Anyways, that's going to be it for the show. Apologies to anybody on the chat if I didn't see your message, because it's all messed up. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching. Thanks.